Bahira Teta, Wani Vero Casteka, Abobedeka, Esta Kowe, Elgeco, Kasheka, Bahira Teta. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom, Lakim, or Rakim, also for this call. Shalom. As well as the month of Av. Thank you for being here with us today, ShaareShamayim, as we begin our service. And we will start our service with giving thanks to the Creator for allowing all of us to wake up this morning and to all those who come forth to give praise to the Creator this day. We thank you. On behalf of ShaareShamayim, we say Shabbat Shalom. All as well as Matot-Masei and we all thank you this day. And as we begin to go forth with our Psalm service, in the 20th division of Psalm. It says, the Anka Yehovah Yom Baba, Isha, Yebet, Hashem, Yelahei, Akor, Isha, Petzaka, Nikodesh, Yom, Isha, 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 Iteneka, kila kodeka, ole aksateka, yamale, yamena, yeshua teka, shenga la hene, liku, yamale, all mishaloteka, ayodati, kihoshika, yoho, meshiko, ya anebu, mishme, kacho, the gibrot, mishha, yimini, ele, ele, Nafnu Meshem Yehovah Elohim, Naskir Eman, the call Nafnu, Anafnu Kamnu, meet Oda, Yehovah Oshia, Amelekya Aneno, and Yom Kaleno, Hallelujah. And that is Yehovah answered him in the day of trouble. The name of Yehovah, the God of Yaakov, who set thee on high. Send forth thy help from the sanctuary, and support thee out of Zion. Receive the memorial of all thy meal offerings, and accept the fat of thy burnt offering and sacrifice. Selah, grant thee according to thine own heart, and fulfill thy counsel. We will shout for joy in thy victory. In the name of Jehovah our God, we will set up our standards. Jehovah fulfill all thy petitions. Now, know I, Jehovah Savior is anointed. He will answer him from his holy heaven with the mighty acts of his saving right hand. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will make mention of the name of Jehovah our God. They are bowed down and fallen, but we are rising up and stand upright. Say, Jehovah, that the King answers on the day when we call. Hallelujah. Amen. As we go forth with our prayers, we say, Jehovah, Elohim, Mother, Manuel, Yaakov, we ask you, Jehovah, our God, this day. We thank you this day for your loving kindness, your awesome saving power. We ask you to look at all, even the four corners of the earth this day, on this Shabbat day. For Jehovah God, as the new moon had said it the day before, we ask you to thank you for bringing us into a new month. New season, a new day for your Holy God. And on this Shabbat day, Lord, we ask you to bless the people of Israel, all those in your Holy God who are in sin and who call on thy name, even the strangers that call upon you. We ask you, Lord God, to bless them this day. Remember all those in the house of worship, in the four corners of the earth, and those who are in the nursing homes, in the hospitals, and those who are just in their homes, oh God, those whose spirits might be low. Like you lift up their spirits, lift them up and revive them and make them feel good on your God. Those who are not free, all those who are sick, and those who just need a little encouragement, oh God, encourage them, enlighten them, motivate them, oh God, to know that thou art the Lord God, beside thee, no other God. We ask this, oh God, today that all the house of worship today, the Celestials and the Matanai, and all the different camps today. Worship, your whole bring forth the nutritious word that can go forth, that the people can draw and even try God to be fueled and provide spiritually, to be nutrition to our body, to our spirits, to our mind, God, that go forth all the house worship today and bring forth God's Torah. We ask this in Jehovah, now high exalted name, Adonai, Zelle, Hebrew. Amen.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Go forth. My mouth and the meditation of my heart be set before thee, O Jehovah, God, as we go forth with our command. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Know ye, yea, that God Elohim Akadim Akonai, thou shalt have no gods before me. Lord, how I say that God thyself,
Thou shalt not make me to thee a great image.
Lord, teach thy itching, Lord, he could wash away.
Thou shalt not take the name of your holy God in vain.
The Lord is the human Shabbat day control.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Lord, tears up.
Thou shalt not murder.
Lord, team off. Thou shalt
Thou
not
shalt not
commit
adultery.
Lord, team no.
Thou shalt not steal.
Lord, anye bere aka here.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Lord, tak more.
Thou shalt not covet.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Alcohol que ya comiste en pega Israel. Maligro caseta bovequeta. Esta coelho com cacheca vir ateca. Eu a rapid on veteca. Umishkan interoteca. Esta coelho. Extra califne hosi. Juanita filatileka. Eu efrazon. Elohim caseta. Aneni became hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As for me, in the abundance of your loving kindness,
will I come into your house. I will worship towards your holy temple in the fear of you.
I will put out your tents, your Yaakov, the tabernacles of Israel. And as for me, in the abundance of your loving kindness, will I come into your house. I will worship towards your holy temple in the fear of you. Yah, I love the habitation of your house and the place where your glory dwelleth. And as for me, I will worship and bow down. I will bend the knee before Jehovah, my maker. And as for me, make my prayer unto you, Jehovah, be acceptable time. O Yah, in the abundance of your loving kindness, answer me in the truth of your salvation. Hallelujah. Adon Moshe Malach, for you say neither. Adon Malach. Let it not say, bet so called, like I let Shemon fly. Adon Malach. Akre kilo hakot le to hito mora Adon o haya o ho hiye beti ara Adon o ekadwa enshani amshilo wa abira Adon elire shitli takri lo ha o ha misra Adon we who eli with high quality with truth be it's a Adon, who is saying, no sleep, not to sleep, and you don't cry, but Adon, and go to keep the 80 shamu at your Adon, and he will keep it, we are your holy below Ira Adon, hallelujah. The whole is God of the universe, who reigned in the future, yet was formed. At the time when all things were made in God's desire, and was the name of Jehovah proclaimed King. And after all things shall have an end, God alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. Who was, who is, and who will be, and will be. And Jehovah is one. There is no second to compare to him, to resort with him, without beginning, without end. To Jehovah belongs strength and dominion. And God is my Jehovah, my Redeemer liveth. A rock in my travail of times of distress. Jehovah is my banner, my refuge. The portion of my cup on the day when I fall. Into his hand I commend my spirit. When I sleep and when I wake, and with my spirit, my body also. Jehovah is with me, and I will not fear. Hallelujah. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has found man in wisdom and created in him many offices and vessels. It is revealed and known before the throne of your glory, that if one of these be opened, or one of those be closed, it would be impossible to exist and stand before you. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who heals all flesh and does wondrously.
Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has sanctified us by your commandments, and has made us to occupy ourselves with the words of the Torah. Make present, therefore, we beseech you, Yehovah Elohim, the words of your Torah in our mouth, and the mouth of your people, the house of Israel, so that we, our offspring, the offspring of your people, the house of Israel, may all know your name and learn your Torah. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who teaches Torah to your people Israel. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has chosen us from all nations and has given us your Torah. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives the Torah, blessed are you. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives to the cock intelligence to distinguish between day and night. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has not made me a heathen. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has not made me a bondman. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has not made me a woman, for her burden is great. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam,
who has made thee the mother of civilization.
Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who opens the eyes of the blind. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who clothes the naked. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who looses them that are bound. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who raises up them that are bowed down. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who spread forth the earth above the waters. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who supplied my every want. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has made firm the steps of man. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who girds Israel with might. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who crowns Israel with glory. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives strength to the weary. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who removes sleep from my eyes and summer from my eyelids. And may it be thy will, Yehovah Eloheinu, God of my fathers, to make us familiar with your Torah, to make us speak to your commandments. O lead us not into the power of sin, or transgression, or iniquity, or temptation, or of scorn. Let not the evil inclination have sway over us. Keep us far from a bad man and a bad companion, and make us lead to good inclination and good works. Since in all our inclinations that it may submit itself unto thee. And let us obtain this day and every day grace, favor, and mercy, and peace in your eyes, in the eyes of all who behold us, and bestow loving kindness upon us. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, for your Lord who bestows loving kindness upon your people Israel. And may it be your will, Yehovah Elohim, God of my fathers, who deliver me this day and every day from arrogant men, from arrogance, from a bad man, and from a bad companion, from a bad neighbor, and from any mishap, from the adversary that destroys, from a hard judgment, from a hard opponent, whether he be a son of the covenant or be not a son of the covenant. Hallelujah. Avrachamim, who Yerachem Alusim, this word, the repeat, and say that you think within a short Haramot, God, because the Haramim, and she will be the point of the only flat Olamim. Malay, we shall obtain you, we got from Yeshua Rachamim, the little Terra, I am out to go the new weekman, Yakon Palatain, who black Amobe Israel, the name, like I said, that John Nomar, Amen. Apol Habu, Godel, Elohim, Utenu, Kapola Torah, Amen. Oh, merciful Father, have compassion on your people who have been sustained by you. Remember the belief, the covenant with the patriarchs, and deliver our souls from evil hours, and remove the evil imaginations of the people in your care. Oh, Yah, and through your mercy, cause us to escape from it forever. Fulfill our desire with good measure of support and compassion. And may Yah's kingdom be soon revealed and made visible unto us. And may he be gracious unto the remnant of his people, the house of Israel, granting us grace, kindness, and mercy, and favor. And let us say, Amen. Ascribe all your greatness unto Jehovah Elohim, and render honor to the Torah. Amen. And you shall love Jehovah Elohim with all your heart, all your soul, all your life. And these words which I command be this day forever in your heart. And you shall teach them diligently unto your children, and talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, when you lie down and rise up, and you shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be frontlets between your eyes, and you shall ride among the hosts and upon your enemies. Amen. 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 Hallelujah. 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 Uneromema Shemo Yadai. Magnify your Lord with me. Let us exalt his name, Yadai, together. Lekai Yehovah Hagedula. You are the greatness. Hagedura and the power. Atif Eret and the glory. Hanetza and the victory. Behahod and the majesty. Shamayim Knesset. All that is in heaven and earth are yours. You are the kingdom of your and you are exalted as head above all. Exalt Yehovah Elohim, worship at his footstool. By those who for Yah is holy. Yehovah Elohim, which got who the hard kacho. Exalt Yehovah Elohim, worship at his holy hill. Ki kadosh Yehovah Elohim, Yehovah Elohim is holy. Hallelujah. Yeah, hallelujah. And shame Yehovah Ki Nishka Shemo Levado. Jehovah has given all good unto you. May Yah give all good unto you forever. But let them praise the name of Jehovah. For his name alone is exalted. For how? Hodu al Arix, for Shamayim, Yerem Karem la Mota, Hila le Kalkasidai. Livne Israel, Am Kerebo. Hallelujah. Jehovah's grandeur is above the earth and heaven. Yah have lifted the horn for his people to the praise of all his loving ones, even as the children of Israel. The people may run to him. Hallelujah. La Yehovah Eshmanoha v'tel be'yeshvei Ulamin yatsada wa'amneroet yekoneha miyale bahar Yehovah miyakom mekom kacho hakika pahim u'aleva meshelo nasal hashwe hashmi v'lo nispale v'yedma yisagrach me'et Yehovah uzbechamel wa'hei so zedo zedeshem mekokeshem v'neko Yaakov sela ze'u sharim hare seikem Even if you all on your ball on the Kakapot, Miss Emma Kakapot, your own is you would make the board, your own board, Bilhama, say, Sharim Hare Satan, say, PK, all over your ball on the Kakapot, me who say, Malek Kakapot, your own ever all, oh, Malek Kakapot, say, hallelujah. The earth is closed in the corners thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he is founded upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of Jehovah? Who shall stand in Yah's holy place? He that has clean hands and a pure heart, who has not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from Jehovah and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is a generation of them that seek Jehovah, that seek Yah's face on Yaakov. Selah. Lift up your head, O ye gates. He lifted up everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? Jehovah strong and mighty, Jehovah mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O gates, even lift them up everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? Jehovah Zelle, he is the King of glory.
There is none like our God. There is none like our Lord. There's none like our King. There's none like our Savior. Who is like our God? Who is like our Lord? Who is like our King? Who is like our Savior? We give thanks unto our God. We give thanks unto our Lord. We give thanks unto our King. We give thanks unto our Savior. Blessed be our God. Blessed be our Lord. Blessed be our King. Blessed be our Savior. You are our God. You are our Lord. You are our King. You are our Savior. You are he who to our fathers birth the fragrant incense. Hallelujah. Shabbat Bahagom. What I did, Yadula Yosef, but it's sheet, Shelo, Asanu, Hako, Ye, Arasot, Lo, Samanu, Hamismatot, Adama, Shelo, Sam, Alkenu, with a hen Baredu, Ekol Hamonam, Anaku for E, Umistakawi, Modim, Ne, Malak, Amalake, Amalakim, Tadot Baruko. It's for us to praise the Lord for all. We proclaim the greatness of the Creator of the universe. He has not made us like the pagans of the world, nor placed us like the heathen tribe of the earth. He has not made our destiny as theirs, nor cast all out with all their multitude. We give them the knee, we serve, and give thanks unto Jehovah, the King of Kings, the Holy One, the last be Baruch. Shehuno de Shumanyo, Fekere Moshe, Yakaro, Bashamayim, Al Shekinah, Uzo, the Hen Merodim, over the Henu, or Eme Alkenu, Bexu, Baton, Gatu Bed, or Gato, Yadaka Hanyo Moshe, Botan. Eleven Baker, the Jehovah who ha Elohim, Bashamayim, Mima Allah Arret, Mitaka, Jehovah set forth the heavens and foundations of the earth, his glory filled the heavens above, and the mighty manifest in the Lord his height. He is our God, there's none else, and truth he is our King, and there's none beside him. As it is written in his Torah, know this day consider in your heart, that Jehovah's God in the heaven above, the earth beneath, and there is none else. Hallelujah. Ashrei, your favorite take on the hallelujah. Selah. Ashrei ha'am shekakalo. Ashrei ha'am sheyehovah Elohai. For happy are they that dwell in the house of Yehovah. They're ever praising you. Selah. Happy is the people that in such a case. Happy is the people whose God is Jehovah Elohim. Arabi meka Elohai hamunet apraka kashim kale olam. They call me Baraka Wahalashim kale olam. Gadot Yehovah Nami Overly to in Kim. Don't let go. Yes, about my second Kiblateka. That's about Hoteka, even if I take up. Ezu Narateka, Yomu get to Lateka. Se quebra tu beca, ya música de ca. Kadum welakum, Yehovah Erek, Abahim Ugedao. Oh, Yehovah, call, Wahakamara, call. Yoduka, Yehovah Maseka, Kasideka. Yegor Malkuseka, Yodo Geburadeka. Oh, dear Libni, Adam, Yebrotari, Kapol Hadam. Malkuseka, Malkut, Olamim, Umushataka, Bekodor. So make your holy call of me, so keep the call. Eko Ilekaya, Peru, Atado, Tang, the Him et Aklam. Oteka, Yadeka, Umas, Vileka. Zadik, Jehovah called, the Recover, Kasipe call. Harob, Jehovah called, for all the call, Asher Yikra ho. Reds on your rea, Yatsay, Watam, Yo Yishma. Jamel, who it called Mohabai, it called Harashai. The Hilat Yehoya, the bear pig, but they called Passage and Catchole Olam. But Anak Nun never rake jam, Atav at Olam. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I will extol you, Elohim, Amalek. I will bless your name forever and ever. Every day will I bless you, and I will praise your name forever and ever. Great is Jehovah and exceedingly to be praised. His greatness is unsearchable. One generation shall laud your works to another, and shall declare your mighty acts. On the majestic glory of your splendor, on your marvelous deeds will I meditate, and men shall speak of the might of your awful acts, and I will recount your greatness. They shall pour forth the fame of your great goodness, so exalt in your righteousness. Jehovah is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, great loving kindness. Jehovah is good to all. God send the mercies of all his works. All your works shall give thanks unto Jehovah Elohim, and your loving ones shall bless you. They shall speak of the glory of your kingdom, and talk of your power, to make known to the sons of men Jehovah's mighty acts, and the majestic Lord Jehovah's kingdom. Your kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. Your dominion endures for all generations. Jehovah upholds all that fall, raise up all those that are bowed down. The eyes of all wait upon you. You give them food in due season. You open up your hand and satisfy every living thing with favor. Jehovah is righteous in all his ways and loving in all his words. Jehovah is God to all them that call upon him, to all that call upon him in truth. Jehovah fulfill the desire of them that fear him. Jehovah also hear them cry and will save them. Jehovah God of all them that love him. All the wicked will he destroy. My mouth shall speak of the praise of Jehovah. Let all flesh bless Jehovah's holy name forever and ever. But we will bless Jehovah this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Everyone, please be seated. We're going to alternate today. It will change. Now, see, Mikael is not with us today. Great. So we're not going to go to the praise service that we normally go to, but we're going to go continue straight to the Mishle. I believe we're in the 25th book of Mishle of Proverbs. So that's what we're going to go right into to the 25th chapter of the book of Mishle of Proverbs. And we're going to get that. We're on to the 25th chapter of the book of Proverbs to begin. And everyone is well that's away that's on vacation. Spoke to Nasi this morning. He's on his way to leave Shaare Shamayim. State that we read at the time, and our brothers and sisters have congregations, and we look to attend. Thank you for that. We pray that their service and the Shabbat at the end of the day is excellent as well. And please, pray for yourself. Pray for we begin to go through this new slave, the 25th chapter of Proverbs, it says, these also are the fathers of Shlomo, which the men of King Hezekiah gave you the copy out. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter.
The heavens are high and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable.
Take away the dross from the silver, and there cometh forth a vessel for the refiner.
Take away the wicked from before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness.
Glorify not thyself in the presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men.
For better is it that he said unto thee, Come up hither, than that thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince whom thy eyes have seen.
Go not forth hastily to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof, when thy neighbor hath put thee to shame.
Debate thy cause with thy neighbor, but reveal not the secret of another.
Well, lest he that heareth it revile thee, and thine infamy turn not away.
A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold and settings of silver.
As an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear.
As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is faithful messenger to him that sendeth him. For he refresheth the soul of his master.
As vapors and wind without rain, so is he that boasteth himself of a false gift.
By long forbearing is the ruler persuaded, and the soft tongue breaketh the bow.
As thou found honey, eat so much as it is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled therewith and vomited.
Let thy foot be seldom in thy neighbor's house, lest he be sated with thee and hate thee.
As a maul, as a sword, and a sharp arrow, so is a man that beareth false witnesses against his neighbor.
Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of control.
As one that taketh off a garment in cold weather, and as vinegar upon neat tree, so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart.
If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat.
Well,
and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink.
Thou will heap coals of fire upon his head, and Jehovah will reward thee.
The north wind bringeth forth rain,
Well,
black tongue and angry countenance.
It is better to dwell in a corner of the housetop than in a house in a common with a contentious woman.
As cold waters to a faint soul, so is good news from a far country.
Well, as a troubled fountain and a corrupted spring, so is a righteous man that giveth way before the wicked.
It is not good to eat much honey.
Well,
for men to search out their own glory is not glory.
Like a city broken down and without a wall, so is he whose spirit is without restraint. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Amen. This is the 25th Proverb. 25th show. And in setting, it said it's the glory in the second verse, it's the glory of Jehovah to conceal a thing, the glory of kings to search out his matter. Jehovah may conceal things, and it's the duty of the king to search out the matter. Okay? And of course, Jehovah, so be it once will be found, it will be found. Okay? But the king will do his job to search out the matter. The heaven is for height, and the earth is for depth. And he and the heart of the king is unsearchable. It's very deep to know the heart of the leader of the kingdom, the president. Okay? It's unsearchable. Take away the dross from silver, and there cometh forth the vessel for the refiner. The dross is the waste. You purify. You clean it up. And after you take away the waste, the dross from the silver, then come forth a vessel for the refiner. Then you have a pure vessel, whatever you're made from, a chain, a cup, whatever it is, it comes beautiful. But you have to take away the waste from it. Melt it down, clean it up, sift it, so that the good parts can come forth to be a vessel. And then, like the dross away from the silver, you take away the wicked before the king, and then his throne shall be established in righteousness. Okay? You take away the wicked from the king. All right, as it says here, before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. In two ways. One, remove the evil people from the kingdom, then his throne was established in righteousness, because you got rid of the evil. because righteousness and evil can't dwell together. And the other thing is, if the king has any type of thing in him that's not good, once he get rid of that, then now his kingdom will be established forever. Okay? There's twofold. One, you remove the evil from the kingdom. Two, you get the evil from the king, the things that are not good. Either way, in those two instances, you'll find that you will have a better nation. His kingdom will be established in righteousness. Glorify not in thyself in the presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men. Okay? Because it takes so much to stand in the place of those who fill their shoes. But it's better that it be said unto thee, come up thither, than thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince. In other words, let the leaders bring you up, opposed to you go on your own. And now you're not happy because you felt that this is where you should be. Let them put you in a position, or let them seat you. But it's better that it be said unto thee, come up thither, that someone told you to come up, then you went on your own. Okay? Then thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince, whom thine eyes have seen. All right. 8, go not hastily to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof. All right. So we're told, don't hastily go into a matter. Consider it. Think about it. All right. Because sometimes when you just go hastily to things, you rush into things, you don't have it all figured out. So now you don't know, as it says here, what to do in the end thereof. So you got to consider a matter, think about it, look at the situation from A to B, and then you consider the whole matter. Even if it's a court case or it's an issue with a person, think about the whole thing through before you just start going at it without thought. You think it through first. That's what it's basically telling you, so you have a good outcome. Okay? And it says, when thy neighbor have put thee, debate your cause with your neighbor, but reveal not your secret to another, lest he that heareth it revile thee, and thy infamy turn not away. In other words, if you have a situation with a brother or sister and it's between you, don't go like people do, go and put your issues that you have with a person on Facebook, on the internet. Sit and talk with your brother and your sister about the situation. Go to them personally. Don't be a talebearer out and reveal, especially things that are personal. If you have an issue with a brother or a sister or a person, go talk to them personally. All right? Don't put it out on the air, as it says here, lest he that heareth it revile thee. Now they begin to hate you because now you put the matter out in the public, on air, on Facebook, on the internet. Now they're upset, and it shouldn't have been. Go directly to your brother and sister and deal with the matter. And don't promote it out in the public. Okay. When it says here in 11 that a word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in settings of silver. If you take apples of gold and settings of silver, that looks good. And so a word that's fitly spoken in time, discretion, is good. That's why they utilize that parable. Okay, or metaphor. So is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear. A wise reprover on an obedient ear. Someone, that means the obedient ear listen to the one who's reproving. It will do well to him for those who will listen to the reprover. Okay. As vapors and wind without rain, so is he that boasteth himself of a false gift. If you have vapors and you have wind, but there's no rain, okay, you have nothing there. That can cause destruction. There's nothing there. So what it's letting you know, so is he that boasts himself of a false gift. You don't even have what you say, what you present, what you say you have. Let's say, so it's nothing. It's emptiness. That's what it's telling you. All right. Now, and I'm going to go to the 16. As says, thou found honey, eat so much as it is sufficient for thee. All right. Lest thou be filled therewith and vomited. In other words, honey is good. Anything is good if you eat in measures. Okay? Don't overeat honey or anything. He was talking about honey. If you overheat, now you become sick. And now you begin to what? Want to regurgitate, vomit it up. Just eat what is sufficient for you within the honey or any other item to be eaten. Don't be excessive in it. Let thy foot be seldom in thy neighbor's house. Now 17 is very unique. Let thy foot be seldom in thy neighbor's house, lest he be sated with thee and hate thee. In other words, you may have friends and even family, neighbors, and you go to their house. But sometimes you have to understand, we have to use discretion. You have to realize that you can't go to somebody's house every day. And every time I look up, you're there. And you may mean well, but they're like, whoa, they're here again? Don't they have a place? Don't they have a life? So what it's telling you is just be modest in things, even when you're visiting your neighbors. Because they don't want to see you all the time, early in the morning, late at night, and really people that you're welcome out. And that's honestly just letting you know things. And these are just different things, concepts, and things that can help you live a better life. So don't always frequent. Sometimes people just want to be by themselves. They don't want to have guests. Sometimes people family. So, we're going to just relax, chill, whatever. And you get a visitor, and you get a visitor every day. A lot of people don't want visitors every day or all the time. So make your visits, don't make them too often, where it's excessive, where people really now they begin to dislike you or act like they're not home. They don't answer the door because they say, well, there they go again. There she go again. So because people get like that. And it's not that they're evil or something. You just got to know in time, sometimes, as they say, even when you're not to overstay your welcome, okay? Or not to make it excessive. You periodically visit people or neighbors, but some neighbors don't want to see you all day and all the time. You wear your welcome out. And that's what this is talking about. Let thy foot be seldom in your neighbor's house, lest he be sated with thee and hate thee after a while. Oh, here they go again. Here they coming over. There's some people, they just don't understand. You can't do everything, visit all the time, because people really don't want to see you all the time. Oh, you can turn it in. So they want it to be seldom. They want to see you all the time. So sometimes you just gotta say, no, I'm not gonna go today. I'll go next week or whatever. And try to notify them when you're coming. Unless you're just in town, you're having a surprise. But that's what it's giving you some wisdom within that each way. Read Proverbs, the 25th chapter. We're going to go down to 19 that says, in confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken foot, a broken tooth, and a foot out of joint. Wow. So confidence, if you're in an unfaithful person, you can't rely on them when you're in trouble. So you have to have people you can rely on. But somebody who is not dependable, who's unfaithful, when you're in trouble, that's like in the comparison that they use, or the metaphor that they use is like a broken foot and a tooth out of joint. You can't rely on a broken foot. It's broken. You're in pain. So you can't rely on that to get you where you have to go. That's a lot of pain. And a tooth out of joint, a foot out of joint, and a broken tooth, it's like eating something with a broken tooth. And it's loose. You can't depend on that tooth. It can fall completely out. It hurts. It's in pain. Well, the same thing with a foot out of joint. You ever had a foot out of joint? It hurts. You cannot stand on it and walk on it. Well, so is a person who is unfaithful in the time of trouble. All right? You can't depend on them. So make sure you get dependable people, dependable friends, or dependable spirits that you can depend on, that if you should be in trouble, they are dependable. Okay, that's what this basically is saying to you. All right, because you can't depend on an undependable, unfaithful person at the time of trouble. You need dependability. Okay, you need to be able to reassure yourself that that person is an avenue for you. You can depend on them in the time of trouble. As one taketh off a garment in cold weather, and as vinegar upon the nitrate, so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart. But a heavy heart, so it's like, when you have a garment and take off a garment in cold weather, you put on a garment in cold weather. But so you don't want to take one off if it's cold. You want to be warm. And vinegar upon nitrate, those combinations are not good. That's disastrous. So is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart. When you're going through some things, and a heavy heart, whether it's through loss of life, or loss of job, loss of income, loss of a wife or husband or relationship, you have a heavy heart, and you said as a song, as a singer so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart. They don't really want to hear it. They're in another mode. So that's what it's saying to you. It's not the time for it to sing songs to them, and they got a heavy heart or whatever. Or it's like sometimes you can't even speak to people. They want to be talked to. Just leave them alone, and let them go through what they go through. Basically, that's what it's saying. Okay. If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if you be thirsty, give him water to drink. I'm saying the enemy, yeah. Feed him. Feed him. He's your enemy, so I ain't giving enemy nothing. I said, no, feed him. This is what the Proverbs Mishnah is saying. The wisdom is saying, the Torah is saying. And why? When you do that, it's letting you know, for you will heap hot coals of fire upon his head, and your whole will reward you. For one, the reward comes from the Creator. Even if he don't want it, you're going to baffle him or her. Like, wow, why did you just fed them. So if you feed your enemy or a person trouble you, guess what? They're not coming back to trouble you. Because they're baffled that you get. They don't expect you to feed them, give them food to eat or water to drink. They don't expect that. So you baffle them. You heap hot coals upon them. So now, even if they try to come back at you, it's like their mind says, no, I can't do that to him because he or she fed me. They gave me water to drink, and they're my enemy. So now that changed their mindset. That's just a chess move, or checkers move. So, okay, here. Somebody you hate feeds you. So because now you're saying the person who's receiving might be skeptical because they said, they're giving me poison. They're trying to get rid of me. Food to drink. Why you feed me for? Why you give me that? But when they really need it, they're down and they're out. When they're really thirsty, they're going to take it. And they've done you wrong. But guess what? That's when they heap the hot coals upon your head. That's what baffles them. And now they got to have a change of mindset now and a change of action. But in addition to that, what happens is the Creator rewards you. God rewards you when you do things like that. So use your kokma, use your wisdom to understand that. To feed your enemy. If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat. And if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. The result is, you will heap hot coals of fire upon his head. Now it's on him or her. Even though they did you wrong, you did them right. You did them good. So now it's on them. So that's what's going to baffle them. And then on top of that, you're going to get rewarded from the Creator. The north wind bringeth forth rain. So now we understand that the north wind brings forth rain. The south wind, the north wind bring forth rain. And a backbiting tongue and angry countenance brings upon an angry countenance when you are a backbiting person. That makes a person angry. That you're backbiting. Okay? So the north forth bringing forth rain and a backbiting tongue and angry countenance. Okay? So you don't want that. It is better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than in a house in common with a contentious woman. Well, that's fact. Anyone is contentious because you don't want to be near them, around them. You don't need, because you want shalom, you want peace. All right? You want harmony. Anything contentious, be a woman, a man, any person, you don't want. Right? This particular verse talking about a contentious woman. Okay? Very deep. Very deep. As a troubled fountain and a corrupted spring, so is a righteous man that giveth way before the wicked. In other words, fountains, if you have a problem with a fountain, water may not taste good, may be foul, all right, broken, it's no good, okay? A troubled fountain and a corrupted spring, all right, if you have a corrupted spring, you're supposed to have great water coming out, as I said, that holding spring water. If the spring is corrupted, then the water is corrupted, could be corrupted. You know, it's no good. Whatever's toxifying the water, well, a fountain the same way, but so is a righteous man. He's righteous. But now he giveth way before the wicked. He let the wicked convince him to do things that are not good or to be like them. And there's one verse in part of Mishlei, one of the Proverbs that said, the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. But the way of the wicked seduces them. So eventually they talk to you, you start to say, well, these people, look at them. They do all this wrong, but now they do all these wrong things, but yet they have resources, they have monies and so forth. And so you now give in to do the wrong things that they do in order to get finance or resources. That's not good. Okay, you got to hold tight to what is right with the Creator. Do that. But sometimes people give in to those things that are not good and those influences that are not good because you think that these people are prospering, but they're not really prospering. And their end is not prosperous. All right, so don't go their way. Don't allow them to seduce you and don't give in. It is not good to eat much honey, so for men to search out their own glory is not glory. No, let others search your glory. Now you boasted about something? No. As one Proverbs said, you played the man of rank and you lack of bread. But as a servant but as a man who may be unlikened, but he has a servant, than he that boasteth and lacketh bread. That one Mishlei says, and the 12th Mishlei talks about, so it's not good to boast or brag, period. All right. And it's definitely not good to search your own glory. Like a city broken down without a wall, so is he whose spirit is without restraint. Wow. Comparison, a city that's broken down without a wall, because anything can enter it. It's not at its full strength. It don't have a fence or wall, anything can come in, all right? And without a wall, it's broken down and without a wall. It's dysfunctional and doesn't have a wall protection, and shows us whose spirit is without restraint. And that's bad when your spirit is without restraint. You don't have boundaries. When your spirit doesn't have boundaries, you're in trouble. That's why I give the comparison of a city that is broken down and without a wall, without a restraint, without boundaries, so is whose spirit is without restraint. That's trouble. You have to be able to contain yourself in your spirit. As in Bereshit, the Creator told Cain that if you do well, you should be accepted. If not, sin lies at the door. It's right there. And it's up to you to what? Rule over, to restrain yourself. We need restraint. Sometimes we want to do things that are not good for us. We have to have restraint. And the hardest thing is to restrain ourselves, have control of ourselves. So it's written, it's better than he. You're greater if you can control yourself than he that taketh the city. It takes control, self-control. That's deep. And that's what we're all working on, even with trying to accomplish Torah, is self-control. To have control over yourself and your spirit is one of the greatest things to achieve. And that takes time. Excellent. So that is the 25th chapter of the book of Mishlei. Okay, I hope there's some knowledge conveyed within that we've done there. And again, in the absence of our Nasi Mikael here, going through that, you will not see one of the greatest proverbial persons, and explaining and expounding on this. And, so therefore, that is it. At that portion, we're about to go into our Torah portion of the scriptures of that. All right, so I thank you for that time. Hope you was able to get something out of this 25th chapter that we can utilize in our life and apply it every day. And these are from great people, men and women, who have knowledge of that you can do every day that can make a difference in your life. So use the Proverbs, and for a lot of us who are teenagers and the various things, Proverbs you would use great in our lives, greatly. And it fit right in there to know how to move through life, okay, with some progress, okay, and things work well with you. So don't forget this is part of our sword, our restate, our Proverbs. So I thank the Creator for that. As we move into our next portion, and our next portion, we'll be going into portion of we have Matot and Masei. So we're going to be covering that portion today. It's a pretty long portion. Nevertheless, we're going to be dealing with that. As I get set up here for that, if you bear with me. We're going to go through that, and that will be for today. And Shavuot Ma'ala, next week, we should be entering Devarim, book of Deuteronomy, Mission of Torah, some may call it. We're in the month of Av now, so we're moving on. Before you know it, the holy season of being here, we'll be dealing with that again. So as we begin to do this portion, we ask all to stand as we give the blessing of the Torah. Bareku et Yehovah HaMevorach, Baruch HaMevorach Olam Vayeh. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, asher baka banu b'kol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu Torah. Amen. Blessed is Jehovah who is to be blessed. Bless Jehovah, bless forever. Bless our thou, Lord our God, King of the universe, who has chosen us from all the peoples of the world and gave us his Torah. Blessed are you, Jehovah, who giver of the Torah. Amen. Hallelujah. Please be seated. As we go into the book of Matot today, book of Numbers, the 30th chapter, we're going to be going through. Really, I was looking for this other book, maybe in my bag in the back. See if you see it in the back. If not, we'll move on. I'll use this one, but I thought I always like to use that. I thought I did have it here. Just a little bit more resourceful than others. Nevertheless, again, we're going to be going into this powerful. It's actually two portions into one. Some of this, we're going to try to get through most of it for the time frame that we have there. This is the book of Numbers, people. Book of Numbers. As always, I like to ask the Creator to bless all the houses today and bring forth the portions of the word of Torah that it may be nutritious to our spirits, our bodies, our minds, and we can utilize it to make us a better people, better family members, better fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, uncles, cousins, friends, and all. Better tribe, nation, and better to the world. Most of all, to the Creator and with each other. I hope that comes forth today within our portion. We can utilize this information to make us better. Thank you, Creator, for that. And we're going to begin to go forth with our portion that we have. We'll see if that is correct. Yeah, let's see if that should be not very important. Yes. This is a little bit more resourceful for me as we utilize this. We're in the again, it's a double portion that we're in. Last week was Pinchas, a great portion. All of it's great portion. Hopefully, information we can gather to utilize in our life. Hopefully, if not historical events that we can recount and retain for ourselves as well. Again, we're in the 30th chapter of the book of Numbers at the second verse. Okay? set my little stage up here. 1 2-minute show today. But nevertheless, this will be effective. It says, V'yedaber Moshe el Rashi hamatot livnei Yisrael. Lemor, Zeh hadavar asher ziwa Yehovah. And Moshe told the people of Israel according to all that Yehovah commanded Moshe. And Moshe spoke to the chiefs of the tribes concerning the people of Israel, saying, this is the thing which Jehovah has commanded. See why Jehovah. When Moshe spoke to the heads of the tribe of the children of Israel, because the heads, the leaders, the people who are leadership in the tribes, all right, effective ones who people will listen to, who look forward to, Moshe spoke to them. The people who he spoke to, the leaders he spoke to when he first came from Midian to go to Egypt, he spoke to the leaders. And this is the thing, he spoke to them because they, the leadership, would have to convey it to the people in their tribes, the rulers of their tribes, and so forth. Okay? Moshe to the leaders, or to the prophets to the people, have to be passed down. He's not going to speak to everyone personally. Okay? So like, when Congress and the political people get inside, they make the rules and regulations, and then look at others to pass it down to the people, to let the people know what are the rules and regulations of things in the political arena. What is the amendments and what the Constitution says, and the rules and regulations according to that. But you have to convey it to the people. And this is the thing which they're going to talk about. Ish ki yidor yeder la Yehovah, or he shava shavua le asor itza al nasho lo yakel davro kol hayatzeh le pi yatzeh, saying, if a man, he will make a vow to Yehovah, to swear an oath, to establish something that's prohibited, or to bind himself upon himself, and straight English, if a man vows a vow to Yehovah or swears to an oath to bind his soul with a bond, Esau, he should not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. Now, this is a reference to a person who vows a vow and then there to the Creator. Okay? What the Creator is saying, if he vowed this vow or an oath, there's an oath and there's a vow. Okay, there's Shavua and there is a neder, a vow. And this particular vow, in this case, he may bind his nefesh, his soul. It could do some harm to him. He tie himself up. Like we said, a binding of Isaac. Well, this is a bind you can put yourself in. So that's why it uses who swears an oath to bind. You wrap yourself up, his soul, with a bond. He should not break his word. He should do according to all that proceeded out of his pay, out of his mouth. That's deep. So, but this is not just as if you told brother or sister you're going to do something. You should do it. But this is when you vow to the Creator. You take a vow. Like we spoke about taking a vow to be a Nazarene. Okay? It's a vow that you have to take in order to accomplish that. All right? You have to live and do things according to the rules of a Nazarene. Well, this is a vow that you're taking to do whatever. Sort of like what we say you're going to use Jephthah. Call it a foolish vow, when he vowed to offer up the first thing that came out of his house. And I don't know what he expected to come out of his house. Okay, because usually we didn't have animals in our houses, So what was that about? And his daughter came out. Okay, and the person, if the person makes a vow, sometimes why would a person make a vow? You say. Some people make a vow to feel that they have to secure help from the Creator or guaranteed help from the Creator. Or some make a vow, if the Creator does something for them, something great, they make a vow to do something, to give something. Yaakov vowed a vow. His vow was that, said he vowed a vow to the Creator that if Jehovah would bring him home safely, return him to his father's house. He's on his way to Uncle Laban, all right, to live. But if Jehovah will return him home once he leaves Uncle Laban's residence in safety, one thing he vowed, in safety, and the Creator give him what? Food and water to drink, and he said also clothing in that vow to wear. That's what was important. As I said, a lot of our people back then didn't have many changes of garments like we have today. But he said that you bring me home safely to my father's house. He vowed in the dead a vow, and you give me food and clothing. Okay. He vowed to the Creator that what? He's going to serve, and he would give him a tenth. The Masei is a tenth of everything that God would give him. You give him a tenth. But I need you because, why serve a God that can't help you? He said, but if you bring me home, but did he have to do that? No. He didn't have to vow a vow. Just do what you're going to do. Okay? So people, a lot of times, vow vows to secure divine help. All right? And sometimes it can bind it and put an Esau on their on themselves, put them in a bad spot if they don't keep the word of God. But whatever vow you vow to the Creator, what is letting you know in that verse is that you must do that which comes forth out of your mouth. I hope that vow is a sensible vow, and so you got to think about it before you do that. Before you make that vow, okay, to make sure. Because Creator says, all right, you said it, you delivered it. You said you're going to give me a 10? You're going to give me a 10. All right, are you going to do this for me? You're going to come to service every day? You give me a car, Lord, I vow I'm going to go to service every week. But then you don't come. Okay? So as it's written in other parts of the scriptures, it's better not to vow than to vow and not keep what you say out of your mouth. So what it shows you that even going forth with our people, even if you don't make a vow, you say you're going to do something for a person or whatever, then you should do that. Period, without the vow. In the days they say your word is your bond. Word is bond. Okay, if that should be, because I'm kind of honorable people that we should be based on Torah, and so forth. So this is in reference, little portion going to be in reference to certain vows, and how it's structured and how it goes. So now, if a man vows a vow to Jehovah, or swears an oath to him, whether he vows a vow or an oath, a shavua, or a vow in the dead, or a sword, to bind his soul, very deep, okay, to isar, something that's prohibited or binding upon himself, lo yachel devaro, he should not break or desecrate, okay, devaro, his word. In other words, keep it, okay? And we broke the covenant of God. That goes for us as a people. Keep your word with God. But if you vow to him, you keep it. It says, now, according to whatever comes out of his mouth, shall he do. Fourth verse says, but Isha ki tidor neder. Okay? La Yehovah, asara isar, babek abiha, bin reha. So now it says for a woman, goes from, it just lets you know in general, if a man vows a vow to Jehovah, or swears an oath to bind his soul with the bond, he should not break his word. He should do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. But now we're going to go into the fourth verse and talk about a woman vowing a vow. Okay, I want to give you the rules and regulations to her that we all keep our word. When we vow a vow, the Christian keep our word. But now here go the rules. Just like saying, if a Hebrew servant served you for 6 years and 7 years, you should never go free. But it says now for female Hebrew servant serve you, the rules are different based upon that. So there are different rules. in that area of vowing, or when it comes to being a Hebrew servant, male and female. So you have to understand the regulations to each one. Well, in this case, if a woman also vows a vow to Jehovah and binds herself by a bond, the isara, the binding, she binds herself, she ties herself up. You know, now I remember back in the day, people say, well, if this don't happen, I swear on my mother's grave, and your mother's already deceased, so it's not much going to go. But they say, well, I swear on my children, and all that. You know, you got to be careful because words have power. Okay? So if she vows a vow to Jehovah and binds herself by Isa, Bevei Aviha, being Uriah, being in her father's house in her youth. Now, this is the deal. This vow is based on a young woman who vows a vow in her father's house in her youth. That's the criteria. In her father's house in her youth. Okay? In her father's house, the Beit Aviha, being Ureha. Now, the Na'ar is, we call it, no, he's a lad, like a teenager. And sometimes they go from, you know, like the teenage age, and then they talk about Makur and Makur and 21 and up there. You know, you have different phases of how we call things. So basically, you're dealing with someone of a young age, of let's say in the teenager's age, okay, that vows a vow to the Creator, but she's in her youth, in that stage frame, and in her father's house. Remember the criteria. A na'ara, a young woman that's in her father's house in her youth. She's in her father's. Her father, on the authority of her father, is in his house. Doesn't say anything about the Iman. Talks about the Abba. Okay, because the Iman Abba is of one spirit, basically, of one flesh. All right. She's in her father's house, in her youth. If this is not the case, then it doesn't apply to her. Remember, in her father's house, in her youth. What if she's in her father's house and she's not in her youth? Well, this can apply based on what we read. Okay, so then we go on with more details. Shama Abiha et Nidara et Sarah Asher at Sarah al Nafsha ve Karish la Abi Kamu Kol Nedare Kol Itsa Asher Asra al Nafsha Yakum. Okay, in other words, and if her father hears her vow and her bond, here's the vow that she makes, and that bond, that Asara, the asar that binds her, that she can say, well, if I don't do this, God, cripple me, kill me, or whatever, it ties her up. You know, and people make all sorts of type of vows that could tie them up or hurt themselves. That's why I said in bonding herself. And her father hears it, her vow, and her bond, which she had bound herself, all right, with her words, because she's speaking to the Creator. Okay, if he hears it, okay, and her father hears with Shema, Aviha, et Nirdara, et Sarah, of her prohibition, her bond, which she binds herself. She ties herself up. And her Keresh, and he keeps silent. The Keresh is him keeping silent to her. Keresh la. If he don't say anything and he hears what she's saying and knows of this vow that she vowed, and he's kept silent, he Keresh, about her, and as it says here, then her vow shall stand. Okay? Then her vow shall stand. Her vow shall stand. Kamu. Then her vow shall stand, she'll rise up her vows, and her bonds, ki isar, the isar, that the prohibitions, the bond that she bonded, that will stand. Al nafsha, upon herself, they shall stand. That makes it complete. If a father hears it and he says, okay, he keeps silent. He don't say nothing that she made this vow. May not be good. Maybe she bound herself in that vow. She vowed to God. Then he says, don't say nothing. All right. Then guess what? It stands. That's what Torah says. And her father hears her vow and her bond which she bond her soul shall hold this peace at her. Then all her vows shall stand. And every bond which she has bound her soul shall stand. It stands. All right. The father has the authority to annul a vow of a woman in his house in her youth. He can say, I'm not going to allow that. He has that authority given by God to say, I'm not allowing that vow. Lord, don't acknowledge that vow that she made. Okay? If he holds his peace at it, he tells her, I'm not going to allow that vow that you made. I'm going to ask God to annul it. Make that laws for. Then that vow does not go through. That is the authority that God has given the father to do that. Okay? The conditions is she has to be in her youth. Okay? She can't be an elderly woman, a middle-aged woman, and say he can't annul that based on what's written. Okay? Now it goes on further. It says in the 6th verse. You have the 6th verse. Read that for me.
But if her father disallows her in the day that he hears, not one of her vows or of her bonds which she has bound her soul shall stand, and Jehovah shall forgive her because her father disallowed her.
Okay. So now, again, just what I said to reiterate. But if a father is strange, all right, her father, her on the day, by Yom Sham O, the day that he hears it. He may not hear it the first day, the second day, the third day, but whenever he hears it, he has the power to say null and void. Of that she established upon herself shall not yakum, it shall not stand. And then once her father does that, it says Yislach La. Jehovah forgives her. Her father intervened and said that's a no-go to disallow. He has the power to do that, and Jehovah will forgive her. Because her father has authority to annul that vow in the father's house and you. Okay? And 6th verse says? 7th verse.
And if she had a husband when she vowed or uttered anything out of her lips with which she bound her soul, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vow shall stand, and her bonds with which she bound her soul shall stand.
Okay, now let's look at the 7th verse. Very unique. In the 7th verse, it says, Im hayo tiye leish nedera. And if it shall be that if she be tiye leish, she be married, she has a husband, nedareha, and her vows, aleha, were already all upon her. All right. In mifta, in utterance of shefateha, of her lips, at which she bound herself, asra al nafsha. All right. If Shama Isha, if her husband heard it, Beyom, in the day that he hears it, and Kerish la, come on, in the day that he hears, if he's Kerish about it, if he's hears it and he's silent about it, then it shall stand. So in just common English, if she has a husband and she could have made the vow in her father's house, okay, but now she's with her husband when she vowed, and if she had a husband when she vowed a vow or uttered anything out of her lips, but she bound her soul, okay, then her husband shall heard it and held his peace at her. And that day he heard it, then her vow shall stand. But her bonds, which she bond herself, shall stand. 9th verse says,
But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, with which she bound her soul, of no effect, and Jehovah shall forgive her.
So from the father's house to the mother's house, to the husband's house. In In other words, in her youth. All right. If she's married and she has a vow, or the vow is still upon her, the husband has the right to annul the vow. But if her husband disallow, in the day he hears, he said, he yani. Okay. Disallow her on the day that he hears it. Okay. Then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, which she bound her soul of no effect, and Jehovah shall forgive her. That was the 8th verse. So from the father to the mother, but notice that with the husband, there's no age requirement. In other words, in her father's house in her youth, it says. But with the husband, it doesn't give a criteria saying in her youth, that it can be beyond her youth. All right. So in the father's house, she has to, it says, when you hit in the father's house, in her Abba's house, in her Na'ara. She's a Na'ara in her youth. All right. But with the husband, it doesn't say Na'ara. It says he has the effect to what? Disallow the vow, annul it that she made. And then Jehovah, he will forgive her. You see? Now, why is used those two stages, from the father's house to you? Because usually with the woman, in our culture, in our way, she leaves her father's house and she gets married. In our culture, in our way of life, a woman did not go from her father's house into her own. Like today, you go to school, go out and get your own job, your own house, your own this, a whole apartment condo. That didn't happen back then. You went from your father's authority into your husband's authority. That's how it went. And that's why in many cases you read in scriptures, even when men and women were divorced, they went back to where? Their father's house. You see, there was no, like you do today, you're on your own, you're out there, you're just out there. It wasn't like that. You go from your husband, your father's house, and you're married. From Yaakov's daughters, from Laban's daughters to Yaakov's. That's how it went. When Rivka left her father's house, her parents' house, she went to what? Isaac's family, right? There was no such thing as you moving out in the world and you're going out on your own and you get your own job, your own business, and all. It didn't. That wasn't the culture. It wasn't the culture. You moved from your father's house into your husband's house, and that's why it gives those two things. And the scripture's as it's going to go further, it's going to clarify. And I know what we do today may do one thing, but that's not the way it was done years ago. Okay? Went from your husband, your father's house, to, and that's why when Yaakov went to Uncle Laban and he chose Raquel for a wife, those women stayed home until they were married. They didn't go out and say, I'm getting my own place, I'm moving out. That's not the culture. There's no law, Torah law that will forbid that, but that just wasn't our practice. You understand? Our practice was women stayed home until they were married. All right? Yaakov took Raquel, and he thought he had Raquel. In the morning, it was who? It was Leah. Then Uncle Laban said to him, "Hey, sorry, in here you can't. Now evidently Leah was older than Raquel. We don't know what was her age, but she was older than Raquel. Why? Because the women, no matter what their age, they were home, so they moved on. Even in this country, you watch the old westerns and the Little House on the Prairie and all that kind of stuff. It's the same way. The men wanted to marry off their daughters, but until then, they were home in their family house. And many times, once they divorced, they came back culturally. There were some that didn't, but in essence, they came back. All right? Because you come to your father, then your husband. And that's the way it went. So that's why it doesn't give any other condition or situation where she just moved out of her father's house and that was it. But the vow, and having her vow a vow to the Creator that could bind her soul, went into effect. And if the father heard it, he could have known it. If he kept his peace, it went. But the situation, the condition was she had to be in her youth. If she's an elderly woman, wouldn't stand. But in her husband's house, it doesn't give that term. It just gives that he has the authority, you see, to annul it when he hears of it. From the father's house to the husband's house. Vowing a vow or an oath. One of those two. All right? And that's what the scripture talks about here. But if he shall in any way make them void after he has heard them, she shall bear her iniquity, which means that but he shall anyway make them void after he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. In other words, if the father voids them, then whatever to come from that is on him. Okay? He takes responsibility. He's accountable for that. Whatever words she said, he makes them void. Whatever's within the consequence of that to come is on the father. Okay? As we're going to go along to see that. All right. But we are in the 9th verse. I just want to make this clear. This vow is based on being in her youth, in her father's house, and from her father to her husband, there is no boundary on the age factor or term. All right? The husband has a right to say, no way. I'm not going to allow that vow that you made to the Creator, or oath that you made to God. Okay. Give me, I believe it's the what verse? 10?
10th verse.
10. Go ahead.
10th verse. But every vow of a widow and of her who is divorced, with which they have bound their souls, shall stand against her.
Now look at this. This is clarified. Every neder almana, the neder, the vow of an almana, of a widow, or a gerusha, one is that divorce, called ashir atzara, al-nafsha yakum aleha. Then add that she had prohibited upon herself, shall stand upon her. So, if you're a widow, if you're amana, or you're a gerusha, you're divorcee, then every vow that you make stands. Because it's like saying you're on your own. But culturally, you didn't find women leaving father's house to go out to live on their own. When they got on their own, they were either divorced, gerusha, or they was almana. No husband. About various cases within Scripture where women had no husband. So she made a vow to bind herself or an oath, it stands. There's no authority over her in that case. No husband, no obligation. Her father can't say to her, hey, I heard your vows. I was told your vows. And I know he can't do that because she's gerusha or amana. You see, she's not in the ba'it in her youth. That changes that. So a woman went from a father's house to a husband's house, and he had the authority to annul the vow. But if she had no husband under the truth, not that she was confessed, she was free. The way she was free is that it was either through divorce or that the husband died. That gave her the authority to her vow to stand. Okay? And that's the condition of this particular Torah. Okay, you may not agree with it, but that's what's here. That's what's written. You read, but that's how it goes. Okay, you didn't have it, you have today. Everybody's doing what they want to do. No. Okay? And that's the respect and that's the honor. That's the way the Creator set that up in reference to that, in reference to the vows. Okay, let's find some more about this particular portion of Torah. 11 verse 6.
And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband heard it and held his peace at her and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond with which she bound her soul shall stand.
So, Shema Isha Karish, if he held his peace, he said, Lord, below his knee, and didn't disallow, and he allowed her, all her vows will stand. Call Isa, when she bound, and all her vows shall stand, every bond which she had bound herself shall end. Once her husband disallowed it, all right? Because he has to say something. He can't be silent. It's like when Moshe struck that rock and said what he said, Had Aaron would have spoke out and said, Moshe, that wasn't good. That's not good. Hold it, Moshe, hold it, stop. Then Aaron would have probably lived on. But because he was silent when Moshe said what he said, it's like said, you accomplished to it. You agreed to it. So that's why people say, no, I'm not going to keep silent on this. It may put you in a bad position with others, but you speak what you feel, what you know is right. You don't hold your peace. I'm not with this. And you say what you said. I'm no, that's it. Sometimes that brings an argument. Sometimes it brings a dislike. But you, as Moshe would have said, as Aaron would have said and said, hey, Moshe, that's not good. I'm not agreeing with that. I know God worked for you, but listen, I don't agree with that. Aaron would have been in the land. But he didn't. But he went along with Moshe. And that shows you when you look at that instance that you can't go along to get along. Okay? I don't agree with it. At least voice it. Because God knows. God knows your thing as well. But because Kadesh is like you keep silent. Kadesh, you keep silent about it. No, it's loud. So that's what that. If a husband or bond her son, and it says, and her husband heard it, and he held his peace at her, and disallowed her, then all her vows shall stand. Every bond which she bound shall stand. And that's the authority that the Creator is giving the Baal, the Ish, in that situation, and the father, the Abba, in his situation. Okay? In bowing the vow. Okay? And that's why I give you those situations from the father's house to the husband. Because you just didn't have single women like you do today get out, go to school, get their own partner, get all this thing. No. But that creates all sorts of other things that go on that are not good. That's why. But the culture that's in today, the land that we live in, those are things that are done. Okay. But then this was not done in that particular fashion. Even when you were married, your parents set up their marriages, right? They went to spoke to the father. I don't care how elderly you were. It was usually arranged. Your Abba spoke to their Abba. It was a family thing. The elder spoke to the elder, said, listen, my son, that's your daughter, vice versa, and the family works that situation out. Okay? That's how it was done. It's a family issue. So I understand a lot of things we do today, and that's probably why we have a lot of issues today within that, is how we do things. And it has to be a godly thing under the Creator, when we do things. The parents are under the Creator, the groom's family, the bride's family under the Creator, and they're discussing the situation, okay, to make it right. Because remember, both families are what? Serving the Creator within it. There's dowry involved, or what have they discussed in that to be right. But everything has to be right before God. You see, that's what makes it right. No playing around and all that other stuff like that. So this is what we have in society today. Coming up when I remember younger, even when a lot of women went out to get apartments years ago, and you were single, they wouldn't give you that apartment. You had to have a male with you, so they brought their brothers with them, or their family members, a male figure, to present that they were married or had someone, because a lot of the people, old school, would not give you that apartment by yourself. Okay? So they had the front with put on the front with their brother or some other male figure in order to get that particular apartment. Say that, but that was the way it was many years ago. You was a single one, they would not give you that apartment. Okay, in cases like that, in old school. Then things begin to change over the years. But back in the days it was. All right, give me the next verse, my brother.
13th verse.
13th verse.
But if her husband has utterly made them void on the day he heard them, and whatever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand, her husband has made them void, and Jehovah shall forgive her.
Even if she made the vow at her father's house, and now she's with her husband, depending on that vow, the nature of that vow, how long it is, whatever she said, when the husband heard it, depending on where it was at, what stage it was at, I guess, it didn't happen already. he has the power to annul that vow. Okay. A father's house as a youth could be years later. Maybe the father didn't hear it. But when her husband heard it, now she's with her husband. He says, no, I'm going to disallow that. And then her husband have only made them void on the day he heard them, and whatever proceed out of her lips concerning her vows or concerning the bond of her soul shall not stand. Lo yakum. Her husband has made them void, and the Yehovah shall forgive her. Lakum. So lo yakum isha kafe ram. Yehovah yislach la. Yehovah forgive her. Okay, because of that. All right. So she's excused from that. All right. And hopefully she's not upset about it. But if she is, that's the power of authority the Creator gives her husband and the father. Says in reference to making a vow. Okay. 15.
14th verse.
14. Right.
Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void.
Okay. You see? The cause, the first Isha, ye kimenu, but Isha, ye fair renew. He may revoke it, okay? He may make it stand. It's all based on the husband. He has the power to do that. Okay? And that's the culture that we live in. Okay? That's how it goes with that. So every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, not the flesh, which means that something to do harm to the body, the soul. So why would somebody vow that? Hey, people vow things that are crazy. God, if I don't do this, then you could give me blind, do whatever. I mean, I'm not. That's what the Isah, to bond. All right? You're binding yourself up, Isah. You're tying up yourself in a way that you shouldn't. Again, you ask, why would someone do that? Because they feel that people feel that you have to vow to secure help from God. You don't. At least, just ask. You're created. If you're following Torah, then you should have to. Even if you're not. The fact of it is now whether God, this is what it says. There's no mandate that you have to vow. So why tie yourself up? Especially when you're not even going to keep it. Okay? But these are the rules and the regulations of vowing. If you're a youth and you're a female, you're in the keva and you're in your father's house in your youth, or you're married to in your husband's with a husband, doesn't give an age, doesn't say in your youth. But whenever your husband hears that you can be an adult, he has a power to annul that vow that may bind to afflict the soul. Who's hurt you? So again, there's a lot of questions to that and details, but understand this is how the Torah goes, to bond, to afflict your soul. Or a husband may establish it, or a husband may make it void. It's on the fish that or that's it. All right? He makes it void, he can establish it. He can establish it by not saying anything. He heard it, he let it go. But if he says, no, I don't accept this, I'm going to know this, that's his power to do that. That's his right before the Creator. Because it's words. But words have power. And the Creator gives the husband power and authority. He gives parents power and authority. Say, God's listening. Because then they feel this may be too harsh on you. What happened? But that's the length of what they can do based on Torah in reference to this vowing situation, and that's what it goes on to confirm it in the end. Please continue.
But if her husband altogether holds his peace at her from day to day, that he establishes all her vows or all her bonds, which are upon her, he confirms them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them.
See, because he held his peace. He was silent. That makes him stand. So you say something. Lord, listen, I'm not going to allow that. All right? But holding your peace is not saying that means you like, okay, agree. You make them stand when you don't say anything. And she vowed a vow that could be destructive to herself or her family based on the words of that vow or that bond. See, the vow, the oath, the bond, whatever she, her husband altogether holds his peace and her throne from day to day, then he establishes them because he held his peace, all vows. All her bonds, the vows or bonds, that Esau or the Nadirs, whatever she vowed, which are upon her, he confirms them because he held his peace. Okay? The king, he established them otam ki ekerish la beyom shamo, in the day he heard. You understand? That's how this goes. Okay? So you say something, you allow or disallow, when you let your whole know that her know, I'm not going to allow that. All right? And that's between the Most High gods and you and her, a family. This is what God says. Very deep. 16 says,
but if he shall in any way make them void after he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity.
His unique part. But if he makes them void after he heard them, then he shall nasa et ona, and he shall carry her iniquity. He's responsible. Whatever is to come from her, what she said out of her mouth, and he annuls them, then whatever was coming to her based on the situation, we said, he carries that. He's responsible. So you're going to hold the weight for it. Okay? It's very deep. Okay? If he shall anywise make them void after he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. Her owner is on him. Okay? Accomplishes that. He takes responsibility for that. Whatever she said out of her mouth to the Creator, when he said, I'm making the void, sorry, now you have to pay for whatever. If there's something coming, it's got to come. It's going to come in. God forgives her, it's going to end her. Let me deep. Carries that weight. 17 says,
these are the statutes which Yahweh commanded Moshe between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house.
So you understand the criteria that start off from the beginning and the reiteration in the end. Eleha kukim. These are the statutes. Asher Ziwan, which Yahweh has commanded. Ziwa Yahweh commanded Yahweh and Moshe. Bain Ish, between a man, Leisha, Ishto, and his wife. Between a man and his wife, okay? Between a man and his wife, and between Bain Ab, Lebito. Between a man and his wife, between a father and his daughter. Have nothing to do with banim, sons. Man and his wife. A father and his body and his daughter. Bito. Be Ureha, in her youth. In whose house? Her Abba's house. Okay? That's the criteria where this goes. These are the statutes which Jehovah commanded Moshe between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being in her youth, in her father's house. Father's house to her husband's house. Okay? That's how it worked. And that's why when it came to a gate, okay, or should I say, Sefer Kerutia, to a divorce, it says a man will write a woman a bull divorce and she will leave his house. And then she can go and become another man's wife. She'll leave his house because she came from her father's house to his house. And then he writes a bill of divorce, and then she leaves to go, if she goes back. Otherwise, normally, culturally, she'll go back to her father's house. If she goes to another man's house, she'll become his wife. Because in those days, that's how it went with that. Now, the issue that you're gonna have today is that a lot of women owns the residence. And they're the ones that tell the men, hey, see you. To the left. Everything you own in the box, to the left. Yeah, so that's the reality you live in today. You know what I mean? Get your stuff in, get the bracket. It's my place. So that's why we have to be in our place. We have to, strive as Nabi Raphael used to say it years ago. Shalom Alai said, men, you work, go to school, get education, get your education, get your homes and houses, then you go get the wife that you want to bring in your house. Okay? That's the way it should be. Most of the time, the women bring the men in now a lot of times. So, but this is the structure that the creator that was in Torah. Okay? And that's what's there. All right? And you follow that. You work with what's there. That's why it's there. You work with and pray on it. Okay? These are the statutes which Jehovah commanded Moshe between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house. Okay? That's the rules, that's the reporting. The same way when you go back and you have a law in this system, and and the funny thing is, I'm going to give you an example, and it's not in the case of a man or a woman, but I'm driving on the street, and over here they have bus lanes, all right? So the bus lane sign is there. All right? Everybody's on the left side, on the other side. I'm in the bus lane. So people are saying, hey, man, listen, you're not supposed to be in that lane. I'm saying, why not? They said, because you're not supposed to. I said, did you read the sign? From 7 a.m. to what? 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. What time is it? 7:30, 8 o'clock p.m. You're good. You see? For Saturday and Sunday, you're fine. But you know what it is? People don't read. They just take on, but they don't read. And that's the problem with our issue. We don't read the rest. And that's why we get the court and various things. The contractor said, you have a contract. What does that say? When you buy a house, you have the rules and regulations. So you got to read behind. When you buy something, they give a receipt. No refund on all hours. No refund after 7 days. They have signs in stores. People don't read them. But technically, it should be on the receipt. So my point is that why I say that is based on what's written in Torah. This is what you'll go by when you begin to talk about, or you got to deliberate, what's this says. Okay? So I use that sign to say, people are saying, yeah, it's a bus lane. And guess what? I still be on the left side sometimes. But within the regulations. So I'm pulled over and they say, well, officer, this sign says this. What he's going to say. That's the rules, right? Based on what's there. When you park your cars, you look at the sign says no parking this time to this time, right? It's after this time. So you have to look and read and understand. But a lot of people don't. They don't see 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Now, people in there, 3 p.m., you're not going to see me over there. Because then guess what? They get you for that. What is the guidelines to where you live, to what you're doing, to when you're driving? What are the guidelines? That's what you have to understand. We, as Israel, we go by guidelines of the Creator. What's set up for us in this particular incident? All right, what are the guidelines say? What are the rules and regulations? Okay, that's what's there. So I just want to bring that point. On that point, now we go into the 8th. We go from there to the 31st chapter. Please.
Book of Numbers, 31st chapter. Yahweh spoke to Moshe, saying, avenge the people of Israel of the Midianites. Afterwards shall you be gathered to your people.
Okay, so now, you know what's amazing about Moshe? Moshe was already sentenced. And in his sentence, you know how you sentence first? Or sometimes they say in this system, they said you're innocent to proven guilty, right? But while you're innocent, you're still in handcuffs and you're in the holding cell. You may be in a cell for 2 years, a year, but you're still innocent, but you're inside somebody's jail cell. And then when your trial comes to go to court, hopefully that's sooner than later, then they say, oh, well, you're innocent. But what about, or if you're guilty, your time served, and you've already been there close to a year. So our goal is not to even get into that point where they lock you up. Listen, you know, he said, well, no, I ain't even going there. Listen, officer so-and-so, you don't want to get into the point where you got to put cuffs on you when it's something that you can just say, all right, listen, just speak in a particular tone or whatever. Because even if they're wrong, the fact of it is you still got to go through the handcuffs, the fingerprints, and all that other stuff. Yeah, you may have a lawsuit afterwards, but what you experience mentally may not be good for you. So if you could avoid that, avoid all of it. Well, my point is Moshe was given a sentence. And his sentence wasn't serving, so he still had to perform certain tasks. All right? And then his sentence was like a death sentence. Like, you're going to die now. But you got to perform all these other tasks, all right, before. You got one last task to perform, okay? That's to war with the Midianites, oversee this, and then. So, yet the better hold of Moshe lemor, nekom, avenge, nichmat, with vengeance, b'nei Yisrael, me'et ha-Midiani. Take this fight up with Midian, okay? Take this fight up with Midian, all right? And then you shall be gathered to your people, right? Deep. Some people say this is cold. Because many people say, man, well, I ain't gonna do this life. You're taking my life after this. You know, I'll do it. But that was not Moshe, and that's why God chose him. He fought for the people all the way to the end, even if he was not experiencing what they're going to experience. He still fought for. He loved his people, and that's very unique to find in a human being that will lead in spite of anything his concern. Because you know Moshe has a family. He has children. I'm sure he has grandchildren. You don't read about them ever in the scriptures. You don't read about them. Their feelings and what they felt, what happened to their father. You know they have feelings, but scripture doesn't give you that information. Okay? Imagine him being attacked, being people trying to stone him. Imagine what his family felt, his sons and their sons. Okay? That you don't even deserve my Abba. Okay? Look what y'all do to him. He led y'all all these times. Imagine what his family, and you don't read about it. No different than Coretta Scott, Shlomo Lai felt about. I'm not letting my children go into how their father went into, because it's not even appreciated. So no, let my sons follow that footstep for him to get killed. Not respected, not appreciated, because a lot of leaders are not appreciated and respected, who really are good people, but you get pummeled by the society. Okay? So don't forget, Moshe has family too, but they don't tell you about his family. We know from being experienced of people that you know what their families think. Okay, now he has to make his transition. He wants to go on the land. He created, so he can't go in. Look at it, but you're not going in. Okay, so now you're going to do this last thing, okay, and then you're going to be gathered to your people. You're going to make your transition to speak with your fathers. Okay, very deep. Okay, afterwards we shall be gathered to your America. All right, your spiritual world. And Moshe said to the people, please continue, brother.
And Moshe spoke to the people, saying, arm some of yourselves for the war, and let them go against the Midianites, and do Jehovah's vengeance in Midian. From every tribe of 1,000, for all the tribes of Israel, shall you send to the war.
Okay, so now he lets her know he still operates as an effective general, all the way to the end. I mean, that's great. All the way to the end. So he says to them, listen, arm yourselves of the war and let them go against the Midianites to do Jehovah's vengeance in Midian. Okay, it's Jehovah's vengeance. So that's deep. This is going to be for Jehovah's fight, this fight. It's all fight. Get the Ben Moshe El Ha'am, they all. Hekad Letsu, arm. Kalutzim, yourself, from among yourself, Anashim, men, Lezavah, to go forth to war, that they may be Yehu are Midian, against Midian, La'atek, to give, to afflict, Nichmat, vengeance of Yehovah against Midian. Fourth verse says,
from every tribe of 1,000,
and if
all the tribes of Israel shall you send to the war.
So I want 1,000 men they're able to go forth to war from each tribe. I talk, right? 1,000. And you know the rules, regulations based on that. Those able to go forth to war from what, 20 years older? Right. That are able. And nothing that can disqualify you from war. 1,000 each tribe is about 12,000. Roughly 12 to 13 tribes. See? All right. Now, continue. Fifth verse.
Fifth verse. So there were delivered out of thousands of Israel, 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war.
So it was 12. I only said 13 because sometimes they'll take, Manasseh and Ephraim, Reuben, Shimon, not Ephraim. So sometimes they look at 13 instead of 12. If you just take them as Joseph, but remember Levi is not counted. So now how they 12? But 12, so 12,000 to go from Matot-Masei to Sabah. 6th verse says,
and Moshe sent them to war, 1,000 of every tribe. Them and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, to the war, with the holy instruments, and in his hand the trumpets to blow.
Okay, so when they went forth to war, Moshe sent them. Moshe's not out to fight, but as it says, some are praying and some are swaying, swinging and So now in this case, Moshe sent Moshe 1,000 of each tribe, the Zavat, to the army to war, and with them Pinchas, the priest. Pinchas is the priest, high priest, but Pinchas ben Eleazar. So Pinchas ben Eleazar are going. Okay, La Zava. Okay, they sent Pinchas, all right, to war with the Shaare Kodesh, the holy vessels, all right. The ark, the Kazozaro, the trumpets. Remember the trumpets that they're supposed to have, the silver trumpets, made of one silver piece that the scripture tells you to blow when you go forth to war, and the Creator hears the blow, and He'll save you from your enemies. Use the trumpet for that, for the new moons, for festivals, for your offerings. Bring those holy vessels. So again, each doing their job. While the men are fighting, the priests are blowing, some are praying, okay, but doing our job. Because man don't live by bread alone, not the physical alone. All right, so this is what we have to do. So now, the vessels of the sanctuary and the trumpets and the sounding teruah were in his hand. 7th verse says? 7th verse.
And they warred against the Midianites as Jehovah commanded Moshe, and they slew all the males.
All right, Yaharagu kol hazakat. So here's the thing. They fought with the Midianites, and they slew Haragu and killed all the zakat, all the males. All right, so the males went down. Now what happens? 8th verse says?
And they slew the kings of Midian, besides the rest of them who were slain. That is Evi, Rakim, Zor, Reba, 5 kings of Midian, Balaam, the son of Beor, they also slew with the sword.
Okay, so there were not just one king of Midian, it was sections, just like the Philistines had more than one king, depending on the area that you went. It's like you got North Korea and South Korea, right? Well, you have the Philistines, same thing, had different kings, depending on the area you went. So they slew all 5 kings of the Midian. Okay, and remember, Moses' father-in-law was a Midianite. Okay, and remember the Midianites are who? The children of Abraham. They're Hebrews. Okay, they're Hebrews. Okay, but in this fight, as it says was going, that they slew all the kings and killed them. Avi, Rechem, Zur, okay, Kur, and Reva, or Reva says in English, Hameshet, Hamalake, Midian, 5 is Midian, and also Bil'am, Ben Beor, Haragu, and Balaam. Now, here's the question. What was Balaam doing here? Hanging out. The people that had the money, that were paid him to do whatever. So all that time, he's hanging with Midian. Balak, the son of Beor, originally tried to hide him. Hey, quick look back. So, all right. Still got, hey, listen. That's all to say. Your inspection in your car said pass or fail. You're going to pay the money for the inspection. Well, listen, I would say, even in this, you still have to get paid. Okay? If God don't let me do it, I can't do it. All right? But I'm letting you know beforehand. All right? So I didn't say he didn't get his substance, money for it. But I'm going to tell you some words that these people are going to do to you. But I'm also going to tell you how you can get them. And that's what he did. He advised them. He was a counselor. He gave them some aids and some advice on how to get us to what? Destroy ourselves. So what happened to us was self-destruction. We did it. The same we do today. We destroy ourselves. They have no power outside. We have the power. So when we work against God, we give them power. When we misbehave, the nations and all our enemies get power over us. So we defeat ourselves. So yes, we are, as they said, determines our own worst enemies, not the system. If we're right with the Creator and each other, guess what? No weapon can harm us. As it's written in scriptures that says what? No one will be able to stand before you until you have accomplished what I said. Because God is fighting for you. But when we don't do that, fight with the Creator, work with the Creator, then we get all of this. Nevertheless, Bilam was there hanging out with the Midianites. So he too was slain. Think it was accidental? No. Because God knew. I'm taking care of you. Because you still went against me when you advised this how to do it. So, of course, he thought he was intelligent, but he didn't understand the depths of the Creator. Or he wouldn't have been slain. He was there with them. And so, Bilam, Ben Beor, out of Gul, they killed him with the edge of the sword. So whatever he had, whatever he used could not work against us. There's no weapon formed against Israel can prosper. Whatever he was doing, whatever power he had with the Creator defense was taken away. Gone. You were against God. See, it only works when you work with God. And that's why they said to him, when they sent for him, we know who you curse is cursed, but he's not only in the cursing business, he was also in the blessing business. He said, and we know who you bless is blessed. And he said to them, I can't go beyond the word of the Lord my God. All right, saying that Jehovah is one that give me permission. Jehovah is one that give me the strength to do that. And Jehovah is one that technically curses them. So no matter what he tried to do, God said, no, it's not going to happen. And since you advised them against my people, guess what? Your defense is gone. Kill him too. You cannot go against the Creator and his people. That's what he did. He was slain in this instant. So in the 9th verse, it says what, my brother?
And the people of Israel took captive all the women of Midian and their little ones, and took the booty of all their cattle and all their flocks and all their goods.
Wow. Look at that. The bazaars, the spoils. All right, so Yeshevu b'nei Israel and the Shade Midian. So the children of Israel took captive the women, the Shade Midian, the Midianite women, other Hebrews, okay, and their tapam and their young children. Well, what young children that? You slew all the males. That means if you were 4 years old and you was a male, they killed you. Okay? Because that 4-year-old one day will become an adult and then want to revenge. You take out the source of your problems now. Wait till later. Once they get older, they get straight. All right, so the tapam that they talk about of the young children are the female young children. However, here's the problem as we're going to read about. So they took all the women, they took the bazaars, all the spoils, which determined English is booty. They took all the stuff. So they took horses, gold, silver, they took all of that. They said, who went Israel in their shade, Midian, but at Tapam, and called Behematam, and called Miknehem. All their cattle they took, all their Behem Matam, and all their Miknehem. Why? Because the cattle is considered, like the cows and the bulls and all. And then the flocks are like the goats and the sheep and everything. And all their kalam, all their possessions, bazaars. They took all the spoil. Everything that was worth anything, 12,000 men was able to take all of what Midian had. Okay. 10th verse says what, my brother?
And they burned all their cities where they lived, and all their encampments with fire.
So they burned everything down. Part of what people do in war, burn it up. You know, if there's any that escape, you can't use that. So it's all burned, okay, with fire. 11 verse says,
and they took all the booty and all the plunder, both of men and of beasts.
So they took all the shalal, but they turned booty, all the goods, and all the malkoach, which are the captives, and of the people, Adam, and animals, Bob, Haman. All right, so reiterate again. They took everything. 12 verse says, and what happened?
And they brought the captives and the booty and the plunder to Moshe and the Eleazar, the priest, to the congregation of the people of Israel, to the camp in the plains of Moab, which are by the Jordan near Jericho.
Okay, so here's the deal. All right, and I said prior that when Pinchas was working, but Eleazar was actually the Kohath's goal at this time, who's still around. But Pinchas is going out to fight, you know, up to do his priestly duties, not to fight. He's not going to fight. He can fight, but that's not his portion. He's the one that took the sword and slayed the javelin, took out Zimri. Right? But that's not their portion to fight. They got to do the priestly duties. But here it says the shalal, the booty, and to the camp, to the whole plains, the plains of Moab, which was near Jordan. Yeah, they're cold. That's where they took everything to. Then 13 says they did what?
And Moshe and Eleazar, the priest, and all the princes of the congregation went forth to meet them outside the camp.
So they brought everything. Yeah, and let's see, all the leaders, they say, they didn't come in the camp with the stuff. Everything had to stay outside, you know, and they had to go through the practice of what they do, you know, because you got to remember that those who are out for the dead, certain things got to be burned, some things got to be clean, things that got to happen. It's a process. So we're not just a people. There are rules and regulations of whatever we do. Some people call them religious laws or whatever. There's things that we have to do in order. Though we went to war, there's rules of engagement with us. Okay. Later on in the scriptures, in Devarim, it talks about if you find a woman among the captives that you're fighting people, and you find a woman that you want to take, and you take her home to your house. All right. And then you will allow her to mourn her parents for a month. For a month. And then you cut her hair. You cut her nails. The things that we call glorified women. Outside the Ruach, their hair and their nails is their glory. You know, they always get their nails and hair done back then, even up to now. You got to cut those two things. The hair and the nails. Why? Because now, you know, you're looking at them, do you really like them? If they're bald, color their hair off, and the nails are not as beautiful. So that's what you have to do. While they're mourning, the hair's gone, the nails are gone, and you take off the clothes of their culture off, and you clothe with your culture. Okay? Now, if you still are interested in her based on how she looked, all right, but you must do that. Allow her to mourn, because God is compassionate God, because her parents you killed. Her brother may have died. Her sisters may have died, because what you're going to find out as we go on is that the women that have been known within her sister may have been married to a husband, but they killed her, and she's also killed because possibly her sister, if she wasn't a virgin, they killed her. Okay. We have rules of engagement. So there's a lot that go on that's not talked about within this session, but based on the rules of Torah. It says, after that 4 months, now cutting the nails and the hair is one that law requires, but it's also a particular ritual that they do in modern Judaism when they get married. That's why a lot of the Jewish women wear wigs when they're married. They cut all their hair off, you know, and so forth. And they extract that from scriptures. And that's where they get it from. That rule in Deuteronomy, in reference to engagement rule. That's why they do that. Where a lot of things are extracted from. All right, so now they came and they took all of the women and the little children that were left alive back, the cattle, the gold, the silver, and everything. They took and they brought it to outside of the camp. 14 says what?
And Moshe was angry with the officers of the army, with the captains over thousands, the captains over hundreds, who came from the battle.
So now he's upset with them. Why he's upset with them? Why is he angry with them? All right, the commanders, the head, the ones, the numerals. Why he's upset with them? All right, of those who went forth, the officers. Because why? 15 says,
and Moshe said to them,
Lord Alehem,
have you kept all the women alive?
Moshe chayivtem cholach ner keva. Are you left all the women alive? Why you bring all the women back? Listen, that's who we are. That's our thoughts. All right. And he's going to give you more details. Continue.
Behold,
Today,
these caused the people of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor, and there was a plague among the congregation of Jehovah.
So he's saying, you brought all these women alive. Don't you understand that these are the women that caused the Masah, the violation, the betrayal of Jehovah? These are the women. These are part of the women that they utilize. Some of these women are the ones that caused the matter of the RPR. They used them in the matter of BR. Got you trapped up in that whole sexual thing, and you ate and you drank and to RPR and your sexual activities with these women. Do you understand this was part of your entrapment? So why would you bring all of them back home? So what were we thinking? See, they're part of the setup. They're the ones that got their 24,000 brothers killed. And you bring them back home? Deep. Continue.
Now therefore, 17th verse. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that has known man by lying with him.
Okay. But at first we read that, and that's the thing, that's why you got to read on with the Torah, because when we first started reading, the command was to go and exterminate all the males, okay? But evidently, that wasn't done, okay? That wasn't done because they brought them back, all right? They brought them back based on what we have here. Take captive did the children of Israel, the women committed their children, their young children, and all the cattle and all their flocks. Okay. Well, so they didn't take the males out as they were told to. Okay. All the young males. They brought them back. So that was 17. So now here's Moshe saying to them, okay, all right, that what they have to do now, Atah who called Zakar shall kill every male Bataf among the children. Bataf, the term Bataf used is young children. And I know it sounds ferocious, but that's part of the rules of the engagement that God gave us. All the young males, it could be 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, 12, 11, they will have to die. Okay, meaning the war. And not only that, many of the other countries and nations did the same thing. They took the male. So he grew, and they killed every male, Zakar, Bataf, amongst the children, young children, all Bataf is. So I know this may seem callous when it deals with young children, so with the children, because those young males will one day grow up to be men. And believe me, they're coming after for revenge. Okay, so that's why for Zakar, Bataf. And all the women called, so all the men, every male amongst the top, and called Isha Yoda'at, that were no Ish. But Lemishkab Zakar Argo. So now, Argo. Even the women that are not virgins, in other words, they have to die. That have been lying, that have no man by what? Lying with them. There are cases in biblical history where you could be with a woman, married to a woman, and not have slept with her. There are cases in which you read about. Sometimes men betroth women and have women they have not dealt with them. So what he's letting you know that the criteria that you're going to use in this engagement is all the men of war you're definitely going to slay. The children, the male children, you're going to slay. Even the little ones, the babies, the little ones you're going to slay. Like I said, it's in Calvin, this is part of the rules of our people and of the Creator. And the females that have known man by line with him. So that means you had to have people to check that to know, well, how do you know that a woman has been with a man? Okay? Now, there are all cultures, most cultures in those days, Eastern cultures, most of the virgins wore certain things, certain colors. All didn't wear veils, but some wore veils in history. Some wore veils and some didn't. But whatever colors they had to know whether they were virgins or not. And outside of the coloring factors or how they dress, also you would have to have checked. But nevertheless, the criteria was all the women that have known men by being with them, cohabitating with them, you would kill. Okay? If there were women who married someone, if there were women who married a person and didn't sleep with them, then you can bring her back. You could bring her back. But a woman would have no man, and all the men would have to be taken. So these are criteria of war that they were supposed to follow, and they didn't follow. So now continue on. Therefore, I think it's 17.
I'll start from the 17th verse. Therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that has known man by lying with him. But all the young women who have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves.
Okay, so call hataf habanashim. All the hataf that are young women, okay, who have not known lo yada'u mishkav, a man by lying with him, with a male, zakar, hakayu lakin. Okay, then they are the ones you will keep alive for yourself. See, there's criteria. You can't take all the women in this case, but women that are not virgins, you will have to dismiss them, take their lives, and the ones who are virgins, you would take them on for yourself. But even with the rules of she's a young woman, she have to have her nails cut and pared, a haircut, going for her parents for a whole month. Okay, you have to still follow those regulations once you take them. All right? Those things you have to engage in, because when nations go forth to war, when nations fight, when people fight, they just do everything. They rape women, they take what they want. We cannot do that. We have to restrain ourselves and follow the rules and regulations that God has brought to us. And that's very important. So Moshe is just enforcing the rules of engagement of war and with women and children. So the male children you will have to dismiss, all right? The female children you will take with you, all right? And they can become servants, they become wives later on, or what have you. But there are rules, okay? And also remember, the Midianites are Hebrews. They are family, they're Abraham's children. So we also have to remember that as well. But at this point now, we're fighting with them. So in the 19th verse of the 31 chapter, in the 19th verse of the 31st chapter of the book of Numbers. Continue.
And stay outside the camp 7 days. Whoever has killed any person and whoever has touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day and on the 7th day.
Okay, so this is unique. Remember I said even though we have rules of engagement, we have to still follow rules and regulations. So what Moshe is saying is that first is that you're going to camp outside of the camp, outside the village, Shivat Yamim, 7 days. So here goes the laws of the dead. The dead makes us unclean ritually for 7 days. We didn't bring the captives back into the camp, into the village. We had a place outside. We had to do things. Clean them up. Get them ready. Get ourselves ready. Because right now, what he's letting you know is that for 7 days, you're going to be outside the camp. Any person who killed a person and whoever noged b'chala, whoever's touched someone that was killed, maybe you yourself didn't kill someone. You fighting all soldiers haven't killed anyone in the battle. They may have shot and missed. Okay, you're fine. But if you touch someone that was dead, then you're unclean for 7 days. Now, the unique thing about this particular war is even your captives, who you have, the women you have taken back, they too have to be purified. Because in slaying and their wives and their mothers and their sons dying, a lot of times they're dead and they're what? They're holding them. You know, if your loved one is dying, you're going to grab them, hold them, touch them. They might be dead. When loved ones die, they pick them up, they hug them. You know, you can't separate them. So guess what? They're defiled too in the process. So now that's why you have to now cleanse your captives. So the women have to be cleansed too. So they have to follow the same rules as you, which means they're unclean ritually for 7 days. And then, as it says, that they shall purify tikateu themselves beyom hashalishi on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, yom shavi'i. Atem, you and shavitechem. So we're going to read that 19th verse again, please.
Certainly. And stay outside the camp 7 days. Whoever has killed any person and whoever has touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day and on the 7th day.
So not only just you, but the people who you captive must follow the rules too. Because you're amongst the dead when you're fighting wars. So therefore, on the 3rd day, which means what? The water of Nenida we read about, the water purification, have to be put on your captives on the 3rd day and the 7th day, right? And they must, a clean person will spray on unclean, right? That's how it is, right? So that is unique. My point is that we still have to follow Torah even in war. During the war and the process after the war, Torah must be followed within this. The 3rd day, you and your captives are purified, and the 7th day, your captives and you must be purified. Because at some point, you're going to come near or close to the sanctuary. So that's why everything is done outside of the camp with this. Okay? Very unique. The next verse says, my brother?
20th verse.
20th verse.
And purify all your garments, and all that is made of skins, and all of the work of goat's hair, and all the things made of wood.
Okay, so now what happened is, it says, okay, so all your baggage, all your garments, and all your vessels, your gold, they have bowls and it's made of silver and gold, all your ore. Your ore is all your skins, your leathers. Matot-Masei, all that made of goat's hair, and called kali, all vessels of eighths of wood, tikateu, must be purified. See, again, we're not a people like other people. All those things that we've taken, the jewelry and all that, have to be purified. It cannot just be brought back into the camp. Have to be washed. Some things have to be burned, clean. We don't know how they utilize things. Must be purified. The people must be purified. So those are rules of engagement, rules of war. So we just don't bring things in our house from outside. We got to make sure they're properly prepared, cleansed. Whatever, if there's any kind of bad spirits on it, wash them, clean them. Some things you might even pray over to make sure that it's okay. That's not going to say that there, but we'll use our cough. Okay, there's some things we have to understand because you have them from the hand of other people, and the Creator has allowed you to take it. There's some things that some people that we fight with, we don't take anything from because those things are cursed. Okay, but the Midianites are Hebrews, so their things are accepted, but yet they must be cleansed and purified. all the vessels, all the skins, all the leathers, everything have to go through a cleansing before we bring it back amongst us. So it tells you what kind of people we're supposed to be, a purified people, a clean people. That's no different. You come out of a store, you spray yourself with Lysol, you wash your hands, you clean yourself. You may not wear shoes in your house, or you say you can't, because we are cleansing people culturally. Okay, and things with us, not only physical, but also ritualistic or spiritually, are taken care of. To be sure, because we want to be right with our Creator in anything. So that's what part of things that's done. And the 21st verse says what?
And Eleazar the priest said to the men of war which went to the battle, this is the ordinance of the Torah which Jehovah commanded Moshe.
This is the ordinance. This is the kukat of the Torah which Moshe was commanded to Moshe. Right? This is the ordinance. 22nd verse is what?
Only the gold and silver, the bronze, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that can stand the fire, you shall make it go through the fire.
You got to cleanse it through the fire. So everything, all the metals, basically. Only what hazahab, the gold, the kesef, the silver, the nekoshet, copper, bronze, the barzel, the iron, the habedil, the tin, and the oparet, which is the lead, as they maybe translate as lead. All those will have to go through fire. 23 says,
make it go through fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of sprinkling, and all that cannot stand the fire, you shall make go through the water.
So everything that a metal must go through the fire. What can't go through the fire must be washed. Even everything still has to be sprayed with the water of sprinkling. In addition to it, must be passed through by the fire. That everything must be able to pass through the fire, the metals, and taher, made pure. Ak, only the made nida, but with the water of nida, yikate, it must be purified. All asher lo yabo ba'esh, all that cannot go through the fire, ta'abiru ba'mayin, shall go through the water. You understand? Some things you can't put fire through because it'll burn it, it'll damage you. But then you pass it through the water. So it's a cleansing process of even the things that we take. So that's why even in our everyday life, we got to be careful of things that we bring into our homes. Because remember what we said when we deal with the laws of leprosy, the various things, that diseases and sicknesses are also in fabrics, in skins, in woods. So you got to be careful anything you bring out the house into the street, because they could have sickness on. They can have sickness or all sorts of different types of viruses on things. Viruses live in things. All right, so you have to wash often when you carry things from the outside inside as well. So this is a cleansing process. The next verse says,
and you shall wash your clothes on the seventh day.
What verse you are?
I'm sorry, 24th verse.
24th verse. Okay, so continue.
And you shall wash your clothes on the seventh day, and you shall be clean. And afterwards you shall come into the camp.
See, what kibastim bigdekem the yom hashabi'i utahartem akal taboku el machane. So you will wash your clothes on the seventh day. Okay, now you yourself have to purify what? Third day and the seventh day. You and your captives, but you're going to wash your clothes on the seventh day. So because the process that you went through, it's like going to a funeral. You don't take the same clothes back inside. You got to put them into the laundry, into the wash, into the cleaners. Because why? You were there with the dead. Even when you sometimes go into the bank or in the hospitals, all the sicknesses that's there, you come and you wash your clothes. You don't bring them in the house. You take them downstairs, whatever. Because you have sicknesses in those places and they go through your clothes. So finish it on the seventh day, you have war. You're going to wash those clothes, okay? And then, after you wash those clothes, then you can talk about, sun going down. That's the deep part. So my point is, this is all about war, but it's a process. It's not you just do something and bring it in. You don't just get a woman and bring her back. It don't work like that. That's not our culture. Even in war, when you went off to war and you captured the people, if you saw a woman, you just didn't take her and cohabitate with her. No, there's a process. You have to take her, clean her up, Take the clothes of her captivity off, put the new ones on, let her mourn for her family, which you were killed, cut her hair, her nails, and then she can become your wife. There's a process. It's a holy process. And you yourself must cleanse yourselves and your clothes and the items that you took away from those people. Make it right. We're just not like other people. Yes, we all may be black, but everything your color is not your kind. It's not your spirit. It's not how you worship. You do things. Because all the people, those Midianites were also brothers and sisters of the continent. They were our family of our father Abraham, but they were still not us. We held at a higher standards and much stricter than our brothers and sisters that are other Hebrews. That's it. Even in war. What verse we on, brother?
25th verse.
25th. Go ahead.
And Yahweh spoke to Moshe,
What did Moshe say?
take a census of the booty that was taken, both of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest,
Right.
and the chief fathers of the congregation,
Right.
and divide the booty into two parts, between those who took the war upon them, who went out to battle, and between all the congregation.
Right. So now here's the deal. Everything that you've taken, all the spoils that you've taken, you're going to divide it in two parts. Okay? The captured spoils of the Shavit, of the captains of Adam, of the people, by Behema, of the animals, Ata, you and Eleazar the Kohen, you're going to be in charge of this, and the heads of the people, of the congregation, you're going to take Chazita. You should divide it in half into Chazita. And then of the captured spoils, Amal Koah, you're going to between Moshe, those who were engaged in Milkama, and those who were Yotzeim Latzava, who ben Koha Eda. In other words, you're going to split everything up. There are those who went off to war, the military men, but the people that didn't go forth to war, you're still going to take care of them. You're still going to divide it. Why? Because while you're fighting, the other men are holding down the fort. When we use the term hold the fort down, why? Because those who are leaving, you can't hold the fort down. You're going out to fight, but the ones who we leave behind are the ones who keep the fort going, the house going. So what it's saying is, though they're out fighting for the spoil, when they bring the spoil back, you divide it between those who went and those who did not go. That's the credit. He's saying, so it's a balance. Because then nobody's going to want to stay behind. Well, I didn't get some. I'm going out to war next time. Everybody can't go out. There's some got to stay behind. And I'll give you an example. When you go to a police station, everyone of the police are not on the road. You're going to see the police inside. Because there have to be policemen inside as well as outside. Now, if they get too many civilians inside, they're only going to let so many in if you have to take care of something, because they don't want to be outnumbered in the precincts. So, but there always have to be officers inside as well as outside. You see, there's a balance you have to have when you're doing things. When the military is going out to fight, don't think they're all out fighting. There's some that have to protect what? Home base. Because you could be attacked. That's the difference. So the credit says you're going to take the spoil and you're going to engage and you're going to split it in two. Continue. Next verse says?
28th verse.
28.
And levy a tribute to Yahweh of the men of war who went out to battle. 1 soul of 500, both of the persons and of the cattle and of the asses and of the sheep.
So I levy a tribute, made from the men of war who went out to battle, 1 soul of 500. 1 soul of 500. There's a lot of things that were taken, both of persons and of cattle, and of asses and of sheep. Okay. 29 says,
Take it of their half and give it to Eleazar the priest for an offering of Yahweh.
So what happened? This one that you're going to take off of that number, you're going to take it and give half of it. Take it of their half and give it to Eleazar, a Cohen, for Teruma, for offering. Why? Because what has to happen is, how do you think the Cohens function? How do you think that the things that they use to offer has to come from the people? So you got to take care of the kahuna, make sure the priests and the Levites are taken care of. So you're going to bring that. And the 30th verse says what?
And of the people of Israel's half, you shall take one portion of 50 of the persons,
right,
of the cattle, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all kinds of beasts, and give them to the Levites, who keep the charge of the tabernacle of Jehovah.
You see, Bnei Israel, min ha-chamishim, min ha-adam, min ha-bakar, min ha-kamorim, min ha-zon, mikol ha-behema, natata aton lewim, shomere, mishmeret, mishkan Yehovah. And all the peoples have, you shall take one portion of 50 of the persons, of the cattle, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all kinds of beasts, and give them to Lewiim, who keep the charge of the tabernacle. For the tabernacle, it has the function. And then the Levites have the function. So now it's just saying that all of these things are going to be divided, even given to the Lewiim to use. The cattle, even some of the people can be servants to the Lewiim. They can utilize them. The cattle and all this are going to be divided. Okay, 31 says,
and Moshe and Eleazar the priest did as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And the booty being the rest of the prey, which the men of war had caught, was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep.
Now 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000, that's just sheep alone. That's a lot. You got 12,000 fighting men. And you got 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep. 600,000, 7,000, 70,500 sheep alone. Go ahead.
33rd verse. There's 72,000 cattle, 61,000 asses, and 32,000 persons in all, of women that had not known men by lying with them.
So 32,000 women, 32,000, okay, persons in all of women that had not known man lying with them. Okay, 32,000 women, and 12,000, 1,000 of each tribe men. But now you got 32,000, and now you talk about those who moved off the floor. I'm sure there were more Midianites than us, but remember, it doesn't matter because the minority can beat the majority when they're fighting with them, when God is fighting with them. So all these women, it says, "Ubenefesh adam min hashani hanashim asher lo yadu mishtav zakar kol nefesh shenayim sheloshim wa aleph." 32,000 persons in all of women that have not known man by lying. That's a lot of women to bring back. And 36 verse says,
and the half, which was the portion of those who went out to war, was in number 300,000 and 30,500 sheep.
So, and the half, which was the portion of those who went out to war, that he did tehi ha-mechazal chalep yetzetim batzava mispad hazon, in the number 300,000 and 30,500 sheep. That's the half that went out for the half that went out to war. So you got to divide it very deep. 37 says,
and Jehovah's tribute of the sheep was 675.
So ye ha-makes ha-mekes Yehovah hazon shesh me'od chamesh shibi'im. So Jehovah's tribute of all the sheep was 675. Out of all the sheep that we read, that was going to trade it. And 38 says,
and the cattle were 36,000, of which Jehovah's tribute was 72.
So 36,000 of the cattle, that's the bakarim, the bakar, the cows and the bulls, the bakar, shisham, shilashim, left miksam, the Yehovah, shenaim, shivi'im. So out of those 36,000, Jehovah's tribute was 72. All right, 39.
And the asses were 30,500, of which Jehovah's tribute was 61.
61. So Chamorim Shaloshim Alef Chamesh Mi'ot Miksam Lo Yehovah Et Shishim. That's all right. So of all the asses, 30,500, of which Jehovah's tribute was 61. So that's what the tribute is going to utilize for the Leviim, so forth, the lumber use. It's a lot. Go ahead.
40th verse. And the persons were 16,000, of which Jehovah's tribute was 32 persons.
So when you look at those persons, they're going to be given to the Leviim to what? To utilize, to help. Bear their burdens, to help work with, to belong to them. Okay, continue. 41.
And Moshe gave the tribute, which was Jehovah's gift, to Eleazar the priest, as Jehovah commanded Moshe.
Right. Moshe and Mekes, Teruma Jehovah. It was a Teruma, an offering to Jehovah, to Eleazar HaKohen, that Kashir Tiwa Jehovah, already at Moshe. So, because what? They need help too. So, it shows you that everything that we do, it goes amongst all our people. Some may get more than others, but you get the people in the home get taken care of, the priests get taken care of, the Levites get taken care of, because they can utilize the animals, the people, to help work. You see, that's how it happened. Those people become what? Hewers of wood, drawers of water. Okay, and they become part of the covenant, actually. When you read up in Deuteronomy, that's who they become, for generations. But they're not Israel, but they become your possession. Okay, that's the difference. Continue.
42nd verse. And of the people of Israel's half, which Moshe divided from the men who went to war,
Okay.
and the half that belonged to the congregation was 300,000 and 30,000 to 7,500 sheep.
All right, 44.
44th verse. And 36,000 cattle, 30,000 asses, and 500 and 16,000 persons.
The fish Adam Shishim Aleph what belongs to the people. All right, so and the half of the belonged to the congregation was 300,000 and 30,000, 7,000, and 500 sheep, and 36,000 cattle, 30,000 asses, and 500 and 16,000 persons. That belong to the people. Have not even gone. So even they inherit people. Okay, that will work for them and utilize them. They become that maid servant and manservant talks about as we go along in scriptures. Go ahead. 47.
From the people of Israel's half, Moshe took one portion of 50, both of men and of beasts, and gave them to the Levites, who kept the charge of the tabernacle of Jehovah, as Jehovah commanded Moshe.
So from the people's half, Moshe took one portion of 50 from the men and from the animals and gave them to Levi, who kept the charge of who? The tabernacle, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. So 48 says,
and the officers who were over thousands of the army, the captains of thousands, the captains of hundreds, came near to Moshe.
So they came to Moshe, the officers, and the 49 said what?
And they said to Moshe, your servants have taken the census of the men of war, which are under our charge, and there lacks not one man of us.
So in other words, they met Moshe at the Decha, and Rosh there and said, Kama Ashed Bayadu, Lo Nifchad. There's not one that's not counted. In other words, no one died. Everyone came back. And that's unique. Because usually when people go forth to war, somebody dies on either side. But not one man died. And see, as long as we stay focused and stay in Torah with the cradle, we go forth, we have to fight, we're guaranteed what? To come back, if we're right. But of course, there's laws that when we go forth to war, the officers come out and make an announcement. For those who took a new wife, plant a vineyard, got a new house, or just those who just are afraid, go back home, okay? Because if you should die, someone else is going to take your wife, your house, your vineyard. They had announced that to you, but it doesn't mean you have to die. You see, when you're right with God, but let's say you go out to war and you're not right with God, you could lose your life. They have to announce still that to you before you go out. No one lost their life in this. They counted the census, each one of his tribe, and everyone returned. A beautiful thing. Okay, continue.
We have therefore brought an offering for the Jehovah, what every man has found of jewels of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before Jehovah.
Because remember, when each census comes, you have to pay a half a shekel. When you're census, based on our law, we count it in a census, we have to bring a half a shekel of sanctuary to what the creator. For our ransoms, we're never supposed to be counted. So when we are numbered, we are censored, we brought that. But in addition to that, as I said, Nakriv et Akarban Yehovah Ish Asher Matzah Kol Zahab et Sata Zami Tabat Gagil Ukmaz Nekaper Adnashetenu Lifneo. We have therefore brought an offering for Yehovah that every man has found of jewels, the top team of gold, of Zahab, of chains, and of bracelets, Zami, of Taba'at, of rings, of earrings, nose rings, tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before Yehovah. We still got to make an atonement for ourselves. Half a shekel for senses, and just the fact that, listen, we all came back alive. So you give. Thank God for your life. Anytime God brings you through just waking up, you want to make an atonement. Thank you. Let me live another day. I got blessed with X amount of cases. Jehovah here. It's a gift as well because you gave it, and it's like making an atonement. As they say, the alms, it talks about alms when you read about alms. It helps save you. The alms. You can't bribe God. You can't pay God for the fact that you donate and you give. It can help you. You know what I mean? So what they're letting you know, listen, we give it back. Because if it wasn't for God, we wouldn't have none of this. We couldn't have even win this war. But now we have. We have therefore brought an offering to Jehovah for what every man has found. Jewels of gold, chain, bracelet, rings, earrings, tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before Jehovah. That's how we live. That's how we're supposed to live. Okay, we give back. We are accounted for. Remember, we are people that's connected spiritually as well as physically, because man does not live by bread alone. We have to make accounts, and we have to be accountable for it. We're not like every person out there. Even if they are same color or different, we're not the same. There are things that we're supposed to do. We have accountability to the Creator and to each other. Understand that. You must give back. You have to support your sanctuaries in your various places as they have done. Because how will we survive? We're all connected. So when we get blessed, you get blessed. When he get blessed, the sanctuary gets blessed. We're all connected. How do you get blessed and don't bless the places of worship that you go amongst or that you listen to? It's not supposed to be. Not supposed to be. So we have to understand our culture, our history, and how things are done. You prosper, your religious aspects, what they call this, prospers. All right? What you have given back, what God has given to you, everything belongs to the Creator. This is how the process goes. Okay. Talk to me, brother.
51st verse. And Moshe and Eleazar, the priest, took the gold from them, all finely done jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to Yehovah from the captains of thousands and from the captains of hundreds was 16,750 shekels.
50 shekels. All of the gold offering that they offered up to Yehovah from the captains of the thousands, from the leadership of the thousands, and from the leadership of the hundreds was 16,750 shekels. Okay? You put this Zahab, Ruma Sher Hirimu, La Yehovah, Shisha Asan, Elef Sheba, Mepot, Amishim, Shakel, Me'et Share, Alafim, Me'et Share, Amepot. For the men of war had taken Bazu, booty, every man for himself. 30:53.
For the men of war had taken booty, every man for himself.
And
Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold from the captains of thousands and hundreds and brought it to the tent of meeting for a memorial for the people of Israel before Yehovah.
Zikaron as a memorial, leave name before the children of Israel, before Yehovah. All right? So whatever we obtained from others, we brought back home. And it was dispersed with our people, Levites, the Creator, for offerings, and various things to give. You see, it's not when we eat, everyone eats. Everyone gets. We all prosper. Some more than others, of course, but we all get. 32nd chapter.
Book of Numbers, 32nd chapter. And the sons of Reuben and the sons of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle. And when they saw the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for cattle.
So Reuben, Reuben and Gad, have a great multitude of cattle. They were blessed with cattle, All right, the tribes of Reuben and Gad, Yeru and Eretz Yazer. And when they saw the land of Yazer, land of help, where at Gila and Gilead, that behold, and hey, Makom Mikneh was a very great place for cattle. They had a lot of cattle. They needed a lot of land. Cattle. They saw it. And second verse says what happened?
The sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben came to spoke to Moshe and to Eleazar the priest and to the princes of the congregation, saying,
Go ahead.
Ataroth and Dibon and Yazer and Nimrah and Hishbon and Eliel, and Shebam and Nebo and Beon. The country which Jehovah struck before the congregation of Israel is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle.
Okay.
Therefore they say, if we have found grace in your sight, let this land be given to your servants for a possession, and bring us not over the Jordan.
So, in other words, we don't want to cross over because they came, Yehud ben Israel, and Moshe, and said to Moshe and to Eleazar, the Cohen, and not see a ha'eda. You know, and the unique thing about the Cohen always play a part in our life. They're part of our life, what we do. You understand? So that's where the other nations get their religious leaders being a part of everything that they do, the weddings and different things that we're part. Bless the people and so forth, extracted from us. Because they came to Eleazar and to Moshe, and they think that Ataroth, Dibon, Yatzir, Nimrah, Heshbon, Ale, and Shebam, and Beno, and Beon. This country is before Hazashir Hikav that we struck before the congregation of Israel is a land for Mikneh, for cattle. Okay, and the cattle of your servants have, and we would like that land. And if Matzanu came, if we found grace in your sight, let this land be given to your servants for possession. Bring us not over Jordan. So we don't want to cross the Jordan. We want this side. Okay, we want this side because it's better for us with our animals. So now Moshe says, continue.
The country which Jehovah struck before the congregation of Israel is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle. Therefore they said, we have found grace in your sight. Let this land be given to the servants for a possession, and bring us not over the Jordan. And Moshe said to the sons of Gad and to the sons of Reuben, shall your brothers go to war, and you shall sit there?
So the question of Moshe said, look, he said, Moshe, leave God, leave Reuben. Ha'akekim, Yah vo'o, la milchama, va'atem teish, you says, listen, all right, you're saying you want this piece here, this land, but now you have your land, but now your brothers have to still fight for theirs. They help you fight, and you take this, so what happens to them? You're going to stay here, and they're going to go fight for theirs, but you have this, you want this, they're the ones that help for this, so what's going to happen? Okay, so, and Moses said to the sons of Gad, to the sons of Reuben, shall your brothers go to war, and shall you sit here? And that's not the way it's done. You got, in other words, I got mine, so you got to get yours. No, you have yours because that we help you get yours. So now you got to help us get ours, if that's the case. So that's what Moshe said. What you mean, you're going to stay here, and your brothers got to go on and fight by themselves? No. And the 7 says,
and why do you discourage the heart of the people of Israel from going over to the land which Jehovah has given them?
So it is looked at in form as discouragement. You know our people. You know, we start to like, oh man, they're leaving us. We get discouraged easily. So anything that discourages us is not good because we still got a way to go. So that's why Moshe said, Lama, why? Tenu'un et le b'nei Israel me avod el ha'aretz asher natan lahem Yehovah. Why do you discourage the heart of them, the people of Israel, from going over the land which Jehovah has given them? Because we are easily discouraged. We shouldn't be, but we are. Continue on the 8th verse.
Thus did your fathers when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up to the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the people of Israel that they should not go into the land which Jehovah had given them.
So he said, look, you know what happened back then when I sent all the men out to spy the land? They came back to discourage it. It's important how you talk to people. We have to be able to motivate our people, not discourage them. Because we're easily discouraged. We shouldn't be, but we are. Okay, when we get up the height and we get that close up the mountain to the Creator, then we may not be. But now we can be discouraged easily. And they know that. Moshe looked at that as people could become discouraged, that they should not go to the land. 10 verse says, and what happened because of that?
And Yahweh's anger was kindled at the same time. And he swore, saying, surely none of the men who came out of Egypt from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Yaakov, because they have not wholly followed me.
Lo mil'u akarai, mil'u in fullness. You have to follow the Creator in fullness. They were not there. And the men brought back an evil report that discouraged the people. We have to be careful not to discourage the people to move forth in the word of the Creator as the Creator wants. Move forth, go forth in Jehovah's word and live as Jehovah wants you to. You have to encourage them, not discourage them. Encourage them. Continue.
Save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Joshua, the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed Yahweh.
Because mil'u, they were full rock. They were mil'u, they were full. They fully followed after Yahweh. You must fully do it. You can't have to it. You have to fully follow the Creator. They were full of the Creator. They were full of Ruach. They had the Ruach Elohim, and they fully followed it. Not halfway, all the way. All their trust in the Creator they went through. That's what he's letting them know. Continue.
And Jehovah's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of Jehovah was consumed.
You see? Because of that. But it started with the men coming back, and then the people being discouraged. Got encouraged, not discouraged. 14.
And behold, you are risen in your father's stead, an increase of sinful men, to increase still more the fierce anger of Jehovah toward Israel.
So now you are risen in your father's stead. You are your father's descendants. You are the next generation. Because Moshe is talking to the next generation. Okay? And you are risen in your father's stead, an increase of sinful men. The sins of the fathers upon the children. Okay? You are there. You are in their place now. You're the next generation. An increase of sin for men. And to increase still more the fierce anger of Jehovah toward Israel. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to add on to what your father did. So stop here. These al-ha-charon of Jehovah. Okay? 15 says,
for if you turn away from him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness. And you shall destroy all of this people.
If you, this generation, you turn from him, Tishvon be'akarai, you turn from your generation, then Yasaf or he will yet again leave them, lahaniko, put them in the wilderness by Midbar, and you shall destroy all this people. Shechatem lechol ha'am hatzeh, you will shachat them, you will destroy them. So your generation must not follow as the old generation the bad things they did. You take the good from them and move on, but don't do as your fathers did, because then the same thing, as we say, history repeats itself. 16 says,
and they came near to him and said, we will build sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones.
So here, we're going to build sheepfolds here for our cattle and cities for our little ones. This is what we're going to do. They had to think about it. So we're going to set up here, build like a little fort here, okay, and then what, 17?
But we ourselves will go ready armed before the people of Israel until we have brought them to their place, and our little ones shall live in the fortified cities because of the inhabitants of the land.
Until we have brought Chushim לפני בני ישראל על אשר אם הבי אמנו ונום את מקומם ישב תפינו בעד המצע מפני יושבי הארץ. and until we have brought them to their place, and our little ones shall live in the fortified cities because of the inhabitants of the land. So we have to fortify this place here for our little ones and people. Then we ourselves, as military men, are going to go on to fight. Of course, we got to leave people behind to secure our area. Okay, but we're going to go on. So what you said, Moshe, don't take place. 18.
We will not return to our houses
Lo nashuv beteinu.
until the people of Israel have inherited every man in his inheritance.
We're not going to return home to every man gets his inheritance. It's not, and that's deep. That could take years. And it took years. It took a long time. And even a lot of it, we still didn't conquer. As the Creator told Yehoshua. You're elderly now, but the last still have not been done. So you might be out there for 10, 15, 20, 30 years fighting and come back home. Your children are grown. Their children got children. But what they said, we will not return to our house until the people of Israel have inherited every man, ish na kalato, every man his inheritance. Make sure I got a house, you got a house, you got your land, not just, I got mine and that's it. I'm going to help you. Okay, get yours. That could take a while. All right? Because we found out when they fought with Sihon, they possessed that land too, right? They possessed it. So some of them stayed in. They said they possessed it and built and lived in it. So every time we're fighting, some are staying or whatever, and some are going now, and now we're here, and some sure this land, they want to stay here, but the mission still go on. But we don't want to lose warriors to fight because everybody's finding their little piece of land. Wow, I like this, I'm staying. But now, you see, so it goes on, moves on. Okay. Now, they continue and say what? 19.
For we will not inherit them on the other side of the Jordan and beyond, because our inheritance has fallen onto us on this east side of the Jordan.
Ki lo nin kal ita me abad Jordan. We will not inherit them. We will not inherit with our brothers and sisters on the other side of Jordan. It's deep. We want this side, okay, and beyond, because our inheritance, our Nakala, has fallen to us on this side, east side of the Jordan. That's what they chose. Reuben, firstborn, Gad is number one, but we want this side. We have a lot of cattle, resourceful and blessed, so therefore we want this side. All right, here's their point. 21 says.
20 verse.
Okay, 20.
And Moshe said to them,
Moshe,
if you will do this thing, if you will go on before Yehovah to war, and will go all of you armed over Jordan before Yehovah, until he has driven out his enemies before him, and the land be subdued before Yehovah, then afterwards you shall return and be guiltless before Yehovah and before Israel, and this land shall be your possession before Yehovah.
If you say, and it said, Moshe, if you would do this thing, that said, okay, if you do this thing, if you go on before Yehovah to war, okay, I said, for Milkama, and we'll go all you armed over Jordan, Abad lachem kol chalutz et haYordan, okay, before Yehovah, until he has driven out his enemies from before him. Lifnei Yehovah horisho, Horisho, his enemy, you have chased your enemies from before him, et hayabai mefanai, before him, before his face. If you do this, okay, then 22nd says,
and the land be subdued before Yehovah, then afterwards you shall return and be guiltless before Yehovah.
And then you return. The land will be guiltless, the land will be subdued, or as it said, be dry, dormant, and afterwards, you return, and hayitem, and then you will be hayitem nekiyim. You will be guiltless from Yehovah. You will become guiltless nekiyim in the sight of Yehovah. All right. Otherwise, you're going to be guilty of not carrying out the word, command of God fully. All right, but if you do this as you say, you'll be guiltless, from Jehovah, and then and Israel. All right, and before Israel, before Jehovah, and before the people. And this land shall be your possession before Jehovah. All right, it will be confirmed if you do what you say do. If not, you're going to be guilty to Jehovah and to the people. All right, so 23rd says,
but if you will not do so,
behold,
you have sinned against Jehovah, and be sure your sin will find you out.
Which means if you do not this becomes a sin to you, and you will not prosper in this land. Okay, that's what he's saying. You will not hold. You have sinned against Jehovah, and be sure your sin will what? Find you out. And we all have to look into that word. Your sins will find you out. You will no wise let the guilty go. That's deep. And that's for all of us now and for them then. Your sin will find you. It can be 10 years later. Stuff you did come back to haunt you. Oh, wow. Oh, no, y'all. Your sin will find you. It's deep. It says, Asher chata lechem. Your sin, Asher it will find you out deep. All right? So don't think we all get away. You will offend Jehovah and your people, and your sin will find you out. How many years later? There's no end to your sin finding you out. That's deep. 24th verse says,
build cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which has proceeded out of your mouth.
So go ahead and build your cities for your little ones, folds for your sheep, and do that which proceed out of your mouth. Go ahead and do it. 25th says,
and the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben spoke to Moshe, saying, your servants will do as my Lord commands. So now, Reuben and Moshe,
your servant Jackson will do as Adoni, as my Lord commands. 26 says,
our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilead.
So now, Tapenu, our little ones, little babies, little toddlers, and all little ones, and our women, Nashenu, our wives, Miknenu, our flocks, all right, Kolbehematenu, and all our cattle, Yehusham will be there in the cities of Gilead. Yehusham be'arei of Gilead, which means we're leaving our wives behind. That's deep. We're not going to have wives. They're going to be back home while we go out to fight. It's deep for our brothers. We have ours. Now we have to fight for theirs. Deep. Right. 27.
For your servants will pass over, every man armed for war, before Jehovah to battle, as my Jehovah said.
So we're going to arm for war over every man armed for war before Jehovah to battle as my Lord says. That's what I'm going to do. We're going over to fight. Go ahead. 28.
So concerning them, Moshe commanded Eleazar the priest and Yehoshua the son of Nun and the chief fathers of the tribes of the sons of Israel.
All right. So concerned. Why? Because Moshe is not going to go over. He's going to be on this side, die on this side with those tribes of Reuben and Gad, those half tribes. He's going to be on this side. But on the other side, they have to go over with the rest of the children of Israel. So he's not going to be there with them to govern them. Yehoshua is going to be there with them to now oversee that. So concerning then Moshe commanded who? Eleazar, according, and what? Yehoshua ben Nun. Why? Because he's no longer going to be with them at some point. He has to die on this side, where they want the tribe of Reuben and Gilead, and Gad on this side. That's where he's going to be at. He's going to die there. So he's not going to oversee what's going to happen on the other side when these men continue over. So he's letting you, Eleazar know, okay, and Pinchas know what's going to go. Commanded Eleazar the priest and who? Yehoshua the son of Nun. Because Yehoshua is going to take Moshe's place, Takat Moshe. Okay? And then now, whatever happens on the other side, but remember this is what's supposed to happen, he's going to let them know. That's why he's charging them. Moshe said to them, if the sons of Reuben will pass with you over Jordan, every man armed to battle before Jehovah, and the land shall be subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead for possession. And this is why the 28 says, so concerning them, Moshe commanded who? Eleazar the priest and Yehoshua the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the sons of Israel, now those that will be elders, and Yehoshua and Eleazar, because he no longer will be with them, and he's not going over. He can't go over. But if they keep their word, so now you guys got to carry out this contract and make sure what they say now, they keep on the other side, because I'm not going to be there with you. I'm going to die here on this side. The 30th verse says,
but if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan.
But im lo ya'avru kalutzim armed ikem no katsu be'tochechem be'erzeh. But if they will not pass over with you armed kalutzim, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan, not where they set up, where the land of Canaan. So what's going to happen to all the stuff that they just build back here? Eventually they lose it. This is a contract. In order for them, they have to pass over with you, complete their work, then they can go back. If not, their possessions will be in the land of Canaan. Okay, not on this side. Okay, so continue. Next verse says,
and the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben answered, saying, as Jehovah has said to your servants, so will we do.
Reuben, they more Asher de Ber Yehovah El Abdeka came say we will do. As you said, we will do. 32nd verse says,
we will pass over on before Jehovah into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side of the Jordan may be ours.
So in order for their possession on this side of Jordan to be confirmed and complete, the deal signed, they must go first to fight, because otherwise it's not sanctioned. In other words, it's in the air. But if you don't complete this, then you lose your inheritance on that other side of Jordan. Your inheritance will be on the side with the people. But you have to do this, or that eradicates the deal that we set up. You must complete your end of the bargain, Reuben and Gad. That's what he's saying. We will pass on before Jehovah in the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side of Jordan may be ours. So if we don't go and take care of that, then we forfeit everything we set up right now. It's lost. So they have to keep the word of God. Otherwise, they lose all this on this side. That's the deal. 33rd says,
and Moshe gave to them, to the sons of Gad, and to the sons of Reuben, and to half the tribe of Manasseh.
Why does it Khalid? Why? Because all Manasseh didn't stay. So you read about Reuben and Gad, but now you're reading about who? Manasseh, half of Manasseh. Because the other half is going to move on, but half is also going to be, that's why you hear the half of Manasseh. That's why. And Moshe gave to them to the sons of Gad, son of Reuben. Now you hear about Manasseh. Manasseh wasn't set in the upper verses. It was just talking about Gad and Reuben. But now half the tribe of Manasseh, the sons of Joseph, from the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Bashan, the land with the cities in the borders, even the cities of the country around. So in other words, Manasseh wanted that which we fought with Sihon and Og when we took care of him. So now they are all actually on half of the tribe of Manasseh. Reuben and Gad are on up this side, with most of the people on the other side. How we get separated. And that's how later on the Judges stuff break out, and they said, look, we're a part of you, but we just didn't come over. That's when they built the altar. They wasn't using the altar. And somebody said, oh, they got an altar over there. They went to attack. They said, no, this is only to connect us with you so that we don't be separated from you. Because we took this side. We took on that side. Half the tribe of Manasseh and Reuben and Gad. And Moshe gave to them the sons of Gad, to the sons of Reuben, and to the half tribe of Manasseh, the sons of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, the kingdom of Og, the king of Bashan, the land with its cities in the borders, even the cities of the country around, as it's read back then. But now you got to put it all together as you read it back earlier part of our meanwhile. 34 says,
and the sons of Gad built Dibon, Ataroth, and
and
Aroer,
Aroer. Right, go ahead.
and Atrah, Shaphan, and Yazir, and Yobihah,
And Behar. Go ahead.
and Beth Nimrah, Beth Haran,
Nirah, Beth Haran.
fortified cities and folds for sheep. And the sons of Reuben built Heshbon, Elealeh, and Kiriataim, and Nebo, and Baal Meon, their names being changed, and Sibmah, and gave other names to the cities which they built.
So they changed the names and put other names in there because they were former names. That's what you do. Go ahead, 39.
And the sons of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead and took it, and disposed the Amorite who was in it.
So they got rid of the Amorite who was there. Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, took it and dispossessed the Amorite who was in it. Go ahead, 40.
And Moshe gave Gilead to Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he lived in it.
And Gilead lived there. Moshe and Gilead, Machir, Manasseh, yes, no, okay. Go ahead.
And the son of Manasseh, went and took its small towns and called them Havoth Yair. And Noba went and took Kenneth and his villages and called it Noba after his own name.
So they made the moves to do it. They started moving and grooving and being with God. They did the things that they're supposed to do at that point. So now we're going to continue on. And we have, this portion there, the prayer for this is Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam. Oh, the Mashiach coming. I'm ahead.
Are you going back to the same one, chapter 33?
No, we are going
To the next one.
to the next. It's two portions in one.
Right,
so we
so
should
chapter
be
33, right?
right. So we should be going to 33.
Yeah.
We're going to continue on. Then we can do Baraka after.
There you go.
All right, chapter 33. You got that?
Yep.
Continue.
These are the journeys of the people of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt with their armies under the head of Moshe and Aaron. And Moshe wrote their starting places according to their journeys by the commandment of Yehovah, and these are their journeys according to their starting places.
So this is why this portion is called Matot-Masei, means the journeys. In other words, this is like a history, a documentation, a record of where they traveled, when they traveled, and what took place. Basically, just another record of what we read. Continue.
And they departed from Ramses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month. On the next day after Passover, the children of Israel went out with a high hand in sight of all the Egyptians.
All that they call it Mitzrayim. Go ahead.
For the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, which Jehovah has struck among them. Upon their gods also Jehovah executed judgments.
Fatim. Go ahead.
And the people of Israel moved from Ramses and camped in Succoth.
Sukkot. Go ahead.
And they departed from Succoth and camped in Etham,
Etham. Go ahead.
which is in the edge of the wilderness.
Sammy Bar. Go ahead.
And they moved from Etham and turned back to Pihahiroth, which is before Baal Zephon. And they camped before Migdal.
Go ahead.
And they departed from Pihahiroth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham and camped in Marah.
Go ahead.
And they moved from Marah and came into Elim, and in Elim were 12 fountains of water and 70 palm trees.
12 fountains of water. Wow, that's interesting. It's when we mount Yahweh Elohim Shete Esrei in North. 12 fountains of water and how many palm trees? 70. Shivi'im Temarim. Wow. Yeah. Go ahead. Unique.
And they moved from Elim and camped by the Red Sea. And they moved from the Red Sea and camped in the wilderness of Sin.
Go ahead.
And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin and camped in Dokah. And they departed from Dokah and camped in Alush.
Go ahead.
And they moved from Alush and camped in Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink.
So out in Rephidim, here became a problem. There was no water for the people to drink. Okay, go ahead.
And they departed from Rephidim and camped in the wilderness of Sinai.
Go ahead.
And they moved from the desert of Sinai and camped in Kibroth Hatavah.
Right.
And they departed from Kibroth Hatavah and camped in Hazeroth.
18.
And they departed from Hazeroth and camped in Rithmah.
Go ahead.
And they departed from Rithmah and camped in Rimmon
Perez. Go ahead.
They departed from Ramon Perez and camped in Libnah.
Libna.
And they moved from Libnah and camped in Rissah.
Rissa.
And they journeyed from Rissah and camped in Kehelata.
Hey, out there. Go ahead.
And they went from Kehelata and camped in Mount Shafir.
Shafir. Go ahead.
They moved from Mount Shafir and camped in Harada.
That's right.
And they moved from Harada and camped in Makaloth. And they moved from Makaloth and camped in Tahath. And they departed from Tahath and camped in Terah.
They keep moving. They're moving. They cloud is moving. They move. Go ahead.
And they moved from Terah and camped in Mithkah.
Go ahead.
And they went from Mithkah and camped in Hashmonah.
Go ahead.
And they departed from Hashmonah and camped in Moseroth.
Go ahead.
They departed from Moseroth and camped in Benai Yakan.
Go ahead.
And they moved from Benai Yakan and camped in Harag Gidad.
That's right.
And they went from
Go ahead.
Harag Gidad and camped in Yobatha. And they moved from Yobatha and camped in Ebrona.
Mm-hmm.
And they departed from Ebrona and camped in Izyan Geber.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved from Izyan Geber and camped in the wilderness of Zin,
Well,
which is Kadesh.
right.
And they moved from Kadesh and camped in Mount Or, in the edge of the land of Edom.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron, the priest, went up to Mount Or at the commandment of Jehovah and died there. In the 40th year after the people of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the first day of the 5th month.
So, giving you history, going back and letting you know when Aaron died. These are all the journeys. This is a record of history. That's what's called Matot-Masei, the journeys of how we traveled, all right, and where we went. It didn't give you every detail before of where we went and exactly, but it's giving you the detail now. We camped, we moved, we left, where we went. Every detail with that. Talk to me. 40 verse.
And Aaron was 123 years old when he died in Mount Or.
Okay, how old? So Aaron was 123. That made Moshe what? 120. And that's when Moshe died. Aaron was 3 years older than Moshe. He's 123. They made some good ages. You know? 123. It would have been longer had they not. Yeah, they did. Okay, continue.
And King Arad the Canaanite, who lived in Negev, in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the people of Israel. And they departed from Mount Or and camped in Zalmanah.
Right.
They departed from Zalmanah and camped in Punon.
Mm-hmm.
And they departed from Punon and camped in Obath.
Right.
And they departed from Obath and camped in Jibarim,
Mm-hmm.
and in the border of Moab.
Okay.
And they departed from Lim and camped in Dibgon Gad.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved from Dibgon Gad and camped in Alamon de Blathaim.
Go ahead.
And they moved from Alamon de Blathaim and camped in the mountains of Abarim before Nebo.
Right.
And they departed from the mountains of Abarim and camped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan near Jericho.
Right.
And they camped by the Jordan from Beth Hashmoth to Abul Hashittim in the plains of Moab.
Go ahead.
And Jehovah spoke to Moshe in the plains of Moab by the Jordan near Jericho, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you've passed over the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all the figured pavements, and destroy all their molten images, and devastate all their high places."
So destruct before you construct, destroy all their gods, all the Kodashim and the Kodishbe Haaretz Mifnechem Ibat Yetem, Kol HaMashkita, Kol HaZalmei Mesei Kotam, all the idols and all the carved out things that they do, you shall destroy. And Kol Bamota, all the images, all the high places, Bamot, all right, Tashmidu, you shall destroy. Get rid of them. 53 says,
And you shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land and live in it, for I have given you the land to possess it.
Nakati ha'eretz lereshet. I've given it to you. Possess it. Take it. It's yours. Their defense is gone. Just as Yehoshua came up and Yehoshua told the people, they are meat for us. Destroy them. Get rid of them. Go ahead.
And you shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families.
By Gora.
And to the more you shall give more inheritance, and to the fewer you shall give less inheritance.
Right?
Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falls.
Right?
According to the tribes of your fathers, you shall inherit.
So if you got more people in the tribe, you get more land. Less people in the tribe, less land. That's how it goes. Go ahead. 55.
But if you will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those whom you are allowed to remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes and thorns in your sides. It shall harass you in the land where you live.
So in Lord Torah, sure, you do not drive out the Yoshbei of the land, they have the land before you, Mifnechem, Haya, Asher Totiru. Okay? Then it shall pass those whom you allow to remain of them, Mehem Leshichem, Be'enechem. There will be thorns while pricking your eyes, Be'enechem, Liz Ninim, Bezikem, Zaru. And they shall thorns in your sides, they become thorns, and harass you, Zaruru Etkem, in the land where you live. They're going to become a problem. And they did. Get rid of them. Don't think you can befriend them, talk to them. They're not. Get rid of them because they're going to be a problem to you later on. This is God saying that. So we're smarter than God? No. You shall get rid of them. All right? And if you don't, those who are allowed to remain, they should be pricks in your eyes, thorns in your side, and shall harass you in the land where you live. Deep. 56 says,
Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do to you as I thought to do to them.
Whoa, Hayakasher dimiti la sort la him. You see, I'm going to reverse it because why? You didn't follow my command to get rid of them. Get rid of them. I shall do to you as I thought to do to them. I want to destroy them. But because you didn't follow my word, you be getting destroyed. 34th chapter.
And Yahweh spoke to Moshe, saying, Command the people of Israel, and say to them, when you come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall to you for an inheritance.
Go ahead.
The land of Canaan with its borders. Then the Negev quarter shall be from the wilderness of Zin, along by the border of Edom.
Right.
Your south border shall be the end of the sea of Salt on the east.
Right.
And your border shall turn from the Negev to Mal Akrabim, and pass on to Zin. And its limits shall be from the south to Kadesh Barnea.
Right.
And shall go on to Hazar Adar, and pass on to Asmon. And the border shall turn from Asmon to the brook of Egypt, and limits shall be at the sea.
Right.
And for the western border, you shall have great sea for a border.
Right.
This shall be your west border. And this shall be your north border. From the great sea, you mark your line to Mount Or.
Go ahead.
From Mount Or, you shall mark your line to the entrance of Hamath.
Right.
And the limits of the border to be Zedad.
Right.
And the border shall go on to Ziphron.
Right.
And its limit shall be at Hazar Enan.
Right.
This shall be your north border.
Right.
And you shall point out your east border from Hazar Enan to Shifram.
Right.
The border shall go down from Shifram to Riblah on the east side of Ain, and the border shall descend and shall reach the side of the sea of Chinnereth eastward. And the border shall go down to the Jordan, and its limit shall be at the sea of Salt. This shall be your land with its borders around.
Go ahead.
And Moshe commanded the people of Israel, saying, This is the land which you shall inherit by lot, which Jehovah commanded to give to the 9 tribes and to the half tribe.
Go ahead.
For the tribe of the sons of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of sons of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance, and half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance.
Okay, go ahead.
The 2 tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance on this side of the Jordan, near Jericho, eastward toward the sunrise.
So 2 of them, 2.5 tribes will receive. They're on this side. They have their inheritance. Now, on the other side, half the tribe of Manasseh and the other tribes will get their inheritance. 16.
And Jehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, These are the names of the men which shall divide the land to you. Eleazar the priest, and Yehoshua the son of Nun. And you shall take 1 prince of every tribe to divide the land by inheritance. And the names of these men are these. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh.
Caleb.
And from the tribe of sons of Shimeon, Samuel, the son of Amihud.
Go ahead.
From the tribe of Benjamin, Eliab, the son of Chisholm.
Okay.
And the prince of the tribes of sons of Dan, Buki, the son of Yogli. The prince of the sons of Joseph, for the tribes of the sons of Manasseh,
Right.
Aniel, the son of Ephraim.
Right.
And the prince of the tribes of the sons of Ephraim, Kemuel, the son of Shiftan. And the prince of the tribe of the sons of Zebulun, Elisaphan, the son of Parnak. And the prince of the tribe of the sons of Issachar, Patiel, the son of Azan. And the prince of the tribe of the sons of Asher, Ahihud, and the son of Shalomi. And the prince of the tribe of the sons of Naphtali, Pedahel, and the sons of Amihud. These are they whom Jehovah commanded to divide the inheritance to the people of Israel in the land of Canaan.
In the land of Canaan, they were the ones in charge in the divisions of the land, portions of the land given out on that side. And on the side of Jordan, on this side, that was already done by Moshe and Eliezer. They continue, 35th chapter.
And Jehovah spoke to Moshe in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at the Jericho, saying, command the people of Israel that they give to the Levites of the inheritance of their possession cities to live in. And you shall also give to the Levites an open ground around the cities.
Right.
And they shall have the cities to live in, and their open ground shall be for their cattle, and for all their goods, and all their beasts.
Because remember, Levites had no inheritance with the people. Go ahead.
And the open ground around the cities that you shall give to the Levites shall reach from the wall of the city outward 1,000 cubits around.
Go ahead.
And you shall measure from outside the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city shall be in the midst. This shall be to them the open ground of the cities.
Right.
And the cities which you shall give to the Levites shall be 6 cities of refuge,
Right.
which shall appoint for the manslayer that he may flee there. And to them you shall add 42 cities.
Right. And that with one of the cities, the Levites, you have the city, the manslayer, the city for message. So in case you kill somebody accidentally, you can go there and stay. It's called the city of refuge that you're going to have in those cities. It's going to explain more. Please continue.
So all the cities which you shall give to the Levites shall be 48 cities,
Okay.
both them in their open grounds.
Right.
And the city and the city you shall give shall be from possession of the people of Israel. From those who have many, you shall give many. And from those who have few, you shall give few.
Right.
Each one shall give up the cities to the Levites according to his inheritance, which he inherits. And Jehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you pass over the Jordan into the land of Canaan, that you shall appoint you cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the manslayer who kills any person unawares may flee there.
Right.
And they shall be you cities for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer should not die until he stands before the congregation in judgment.
Right. So that was like what we call a Supreme Court. After that, let's say you in an example, you're out with a brother and you cut down an axe and the axe comes off the handle, hit the brother in the head. You might be friends, but he dies. And of course, it's an accident, but then now his family still want revenge. So you have to go live in the city of refuge. That's what these cities are talking about. You're going to have these 6 cities located in different locations so that when you go there, you have to stay there. That gives you asylum until you have the court case. And they have to review in the court case, the judge of that city, whether it was an accident or really did you plan to kill him. It may look like an accident. But nevertheless, that's what the city of refuge is for. That's what you're going to set up in the various borders. 15 says,
15. These 6 cities shall be a refuge, both for the people of Israel and for the stranger and for the sojourner among them, and everyone who kills any person without intent may flee there.
all Shema in their fish, then she got an accident, mistake. That's where you go, whether you're Israelite or whether you're a stranger. All right? You go to one of these 6 cities, this is an accident. This is not murder, it's accidental. You have to go there and the justice system will apply for you there. Okay, one of these 6 cities, if it's an accidental killing. Okay. Go ahead.
But if he hits him with an instrument of iron so that he dies, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death.
It means you're a murderer. You know, it's accidentally. You know, in other words, you can't call it an accident. You got a piece of iron in your hand. You're hitting at him. All right. You know, so it said, but if he hits it with an instrument of iron, you know, it wasn't an accident. You're a murderer. Okay, because people will make things look like they're accidents, but you got a bat in your hand. Things gonna happen, you know. So no, that have to be. And then now they will judge you. Now you become a murderer. So now you be put to death, or you be taken and put in the hand of the avenger who's coming after you. All right, 17.
And if he hits him by hand with the stone, whereby he may die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death.
You got something in your hand. You know what I mean? It's not he's attacking you. Go ahead.
Or if he hits him with the weapon of wood in his hands, whereby he may die, and he dies, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death.
Go ahead. 19.
The avenger of blood shall himself slay the murderer. When he meets him, he shall slay him.
So the redeemer or revenger of Hadam, of blood, is the one who Yamit. All right, and Befiko, when he meets him, okay, well, he will meet Benu. He will slay him. You know, in other words, and he meets him and he slays him because this guy is a murderer. So he put in the hands of the avenger, basically. 20 says,
and if he stabbed him out of hatred, or hurled something at him while lying in wait, that he died,
right?
Or if in enmity he hits him with his hand, so that he dies, he who hit him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The avenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meets him.
Right. Go ahead.
But if he stabbed him suddenly, without enmity, or hurled upon him anything without lying in wait.
So let's say he threw something and realized nobody was standing there, and the person got hit. He didn't know somebody standing there. It's an accident. Let's say he hurled something upon him without lying in wait. But it wasn't planned. It was accidental. When you playing, you got a knife and you stabbed him something without planning. You didn't know the person was there, or you playing around. I like guns go off accidentally with people and kill their friends. It's an accident. But yet you got to run to the city of refuge for salvation. But still, his family still may want to exact punishment upon you. That's why. That's why I give you these examples. 23rd verse says,
or with any stone whereby a man may die without seeing him.
You don't see the person cast the stone. Go ahead.
You cast upon him that he died, and he was not his enemy nor sought his harm.
Yeah, some people make it look like an accident. I didn't know he was standing there, you know, but you got to ascertain that. That's why the judges will like when you get to the city of refuge, if you make it there. Time. Go ahead.
Then the congregation shall judge between the manslayer and the avenger of blood,
right?
According to these judgments.
Go ahead.
And the congregation shall deliver the slayer from the hand of the avenger of blood. And the congregation shall restore him to his city of refuge, where he had fled. And he shall live there to the death of the high priest, who was anointed with the holy oil.
So here's the flip, that you get to go to the city of refuge, those Shakiga, it's accident. But you got to stay in that city of refuge until the high priest dies. The high priest may die, may take 50, 60 years to die more. You got to stay there. If you leave there before the high priest died, then the avenger of blood is allowed to come after you. Yeah, that's deep. These are rules and regulations based on our engagement. Go ahead.
26th verse. But if the manslayer shall at any time go outside the border of the city of his refuge, where he had fled, and the avenger of blood finds him outside the borders of the city of his refuge, and the avenger of blood kills the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood.
In other words, if you go outside those borders of refuge, I'm going fishing, chasing after somebody, animal, and the guy waiting outside, hope you come beyond the line. So say you come out here, you go outside, you might think he's not there, and he gets you, he can't be charged with murder. Because you're supposed to stay within the boundaries of the cities of refuge. That's like David told Shlomo to take care of one of his enemies. And Shlomo told him, if you come outside of this border here, I'm going to kill you. All right? As long as you're alive. One day, he went outside of the water, and Solomon put him to death. King is told one of David's enemies. Okay, so that's the rule when it comes to this here, and the cities of refuge. All right, you come outside of those boundaries, the avenger of blood can take your life. And some people wait and hope you come outside that city. You can never go outside that city. Now, once the high priest died, then you good. If the person attacks you then or some other descendant, then that's murder. But as long as the high priest is alive in that city, you have to stay there. That's your city refuge. So whatever family you have outside, they better be able to move in there with you. Okay, that's set. No more vacation outside that city. Better go stay to Marriott over there, and that's it. When you come outside that area, you got him. You done. He got you. Okay? Continue.
28th verse. Because he must remain in the city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer may return to the land of his possession.
Right.
And these things shall be for a statute of judgment to you throughout your generations in all your dwellings.
Right. Continue.
Whoever kills any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the evidence of witness.
By the evidence of witness.
But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die.
See, you can testify a person other than to die. But if it's a death penalty, one witness cannot put a person to death. But people lie. And even though you may have two witnesses, you still have to what? Investigate. Make sure they're not coming together to put a lie upon them. You just can't take their word. You still must investigate diligently. And in the matter of one witness can bring a case and other than a death penalty, and it still must be investigated. Something else, hey, he stole something, he did this, he did that. But any major matter, you gotta have more than one witness. You know what I'm saying? They have to, but any case, they still have to investigate, make sure. Okay. 31 says,
moreover, you shall take no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death.
You understand? But in the 30th verse, when it says, but one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. You see, any other cases like witness or one, you may be able to get that case going, but not in the death penalty case. It must be two or more witnesses there. 33rd says,
32nd verse.
Go ahead.
And you shall take no ransom for him who has fled to his city of refuge, that he shall come back to live in the land until the death of the priest.
So those who are in charges, he can't bribe us and listen, you give me a couple of grand if you let me go out the city. No, he can't do that. He can't give you the permission to go out the city. You have to stay there until the death of the high priest. That's the rule. So for those in authority do all sorts of things that are not good. So the priest let you know that you should not take no ransom. Who's taking a ransom? Him who has fled from whom he was said, oh, those who are in charge. They say, all right, we let him go out and you better not touch him. No, it can't happen. 33rd verse says what?
So you shall not pollute the land in which you are, for blood pollutes the land.
Blood pollutes the land.
And the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed there, but by the blood of him who shed it.
You understand? There is no cleansing of a man's blood when it's shed innocently than the blood of him that shed it. Not a prison sentence for life. No, your blood must be spilled because blood is living. Again, so you shall not pollute the land in which you are, for blood pollutes the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed there, but by the blood of him who shed it. So, whether it's Israel, whether it's here, systems shed our blood, their blood must be shed. That's why the things are happening in the world that involved us in various places, and here, the storms, the earthquakes, and the violences that are happening, because remember, they shed our blood. You can't cleanse it except their blood be shed. That's deep, but that's Torah. Again, so it's a lot of blood, all right? So, but somebody has to pay for it. And that's why when we found a dead person on our borders of the land, the leaders had to come out and deal with that. Pray to God, investigate and see whose city is close to and ask God for forgiveness if we don't know who did this. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a life. So again, you have to understand it's not putting them in prison, okay? So you should not pollute the land in which you are, for blood pollutes the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed there. But the only way, by the blood of him who shed it. Okay? That's how equivalent. Life for life, that's how it goes. Okay? When it's an unjust life taken, then that life who took it must be taken. Okay? That's how it works. No exceptions. 34.
And you shall not defile the land which you shall inhabit, in which I dwell.
Because I dwell there, Jehovah says. Go ahead.
For I, Jehovah, dwell among the people of Israel.
Because I, Shokain, Ani Shokain, I dwell amongst the people of Israel. I dwell in the midst of them. So the land got to be clean. All right? It has to be clean. No blood, no murders, no this, because spiritually it's unclean. It can't be that way. Physically it's unclean. It can't be that way. It must be clean because I dwell among the people. So you must be clean in Israel. 36th chapter.
And the chief fathers of the families of the sons of Gilead, the sons of Machir, the sons of Manasseh, of the families, and the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moshe and before the princes and the chief fathers of the people of Israel. And they said, Jehovah commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the people of Israel. And my Lord was commanded by Jehovah to give the inheritance to Zelophehad, our brothers, to his daughters.
Right.
And if they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the people of Israel, then shall their inheritance be taken away should be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be given to the inheritance of the tribe where they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance.
Continue.
And when the jubilee of the people of Israel shall be, then shall their inheritance be given to the inheritance of the tribe where they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers.
Mm-hmm.
And Moshe commanded the people of Israel according to the word of Jehovah, saying, the tribe of the sons of Joseph has said well.
So the first case was brought by Zelophehad's daughters, and saying their father was not included with all the things that were going on in Israel. Their father died of their own sin. He was the one that was picking up sticks on Shabbat. He was stoned. And he had daughters and no sons. And the daughters came forth and presented their case to Moshe, saying, our father had no sons, but he had daughters. But why should the inheritance that he will inherit in the land when they get there be taken away from him? And the new law was made, the amendment was made that if a man have no sons and daughters, that his daughters will possess his inheritance. Okay, and if he don't have daughters, then his brothers will take care of his brothers' children after that, and so forth on. But it will pass on. But now another case was brought at the end of this matter, and this was the case. They said these women marry outside our tribe. They marry into Yehuda. They marry into any other tribe, Issachar, whatever. Then that land will become the tribe of Judah or Issachar or whoever they marry and what husbands will they marry. Their children will have possession of that land outside of their tribe. So that's not correct. Moshe said, you have a case. All right. The sons of Joseph have spoken, has said well. All right. So now, this is the thing which Jehovah does. 6th verse says what?
This is the thing which Jehovah does command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them marry whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their fathers shall they marry.
So, in other words, they have to keep their marriage exclusively to the tribe of their fathers, tribe of Joseph. Okay, they can't marry outside of their tribes in order for it to stay in the inheritance of their father's tribe. If they marry outside, it becomes outside of that. So they must go right to stay within. So they have to choose within their tribes. They can't select all the other tribes. It's about inheritance, not Kalah. 7 says,
so shall not the inheritance of the people of Israel move from tribe to tribe.
Can't move from tribe to tribe.
For every one of the people of Israel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers.
The inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. That's how it goes. 8th verse.
And every daughter who possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the people of Israel shall be the wife to one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the people of Israel may enjoy every man in the inheritance of his fathers.
So if a daughter from Judah, if a man have no sons in Yehuda, and his daughters inherit what he have, they have to marry into Yehuda. They have to stay in the tribe of Yehuda and marry. cannot marry outside the tribe of Yehuda. Okay, continue.
Neither shall the inheritance move from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribes of the people of Israel shall keep himself to his own inheritance.
To his own inheritance. Lo totso. Titzo nachala mimate la mate akare ki ish ben akarato. Ekul shall cleave unto Matot, the tribe of the sons of his fathers. Go ahead, brother.
And Jehovah commanded Moshe, so did the daughters of Zelophehad.
That's right.
For Mala, Tirzah, Hagla, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married to their father's brother's sons.
Their brother's sons, that were their cousins. Okay, go ahead.
And they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father.
Their fathers. That selection that they had made in the tribe of their fathers. Go ahead.
These are the commandments and the judgments which Jehovah commanded by the hand of Moshe to the people of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan near Jericho.
That's right. That's how it goes. So we'll close with that and open with the prophecy. Baku Baruch Atayu Hoda anyone that for the shit not time that do Torah images Kayoda not time to pay you Baruch Atayu no day not Torah. Bless you, O God, King Universe, who has gave us the Torah truth and has planted everlasting lights from our midst. Blessed are you, who give us of the Torah. Amen. Amen. Prayer of the Haftorahs.
We take our vote.
We pay homage
Elohei Abraham.
to the God of Abraham,
Elohei Yishka.
to the God of Yitzchak,
Elohei Yaakov.
to the God of Yaakov.
Say Shamayim the harvest, creator of the heavens and earth.
Amen.
Baruch et Yehovah Ambarah.
Baruch Yohamad Aknol Waed.
Baruch Yehovah Ambarah Leon Vaed. Baruch Atah Yehovah. Eloheinu Melech HaOlam. Asher Baka. Ben Vehim Tovim. Ve'ratzah. Ve'devrehem. Anae Marim. Ve'emet. Baruch Atah Yehovah. Aboker. Ba'Torah. Ume Moshe Abdo. Ume Yisrael Amor. Ume Le'av. Ha'emet. Wazadek. Amen.
Amen.
Blessed are you, Yehovah Eloheinu, King of the universe, who has chosen good prophets and was pleased with their words that was uttered with truth. Blessed are you, Yehovah, who chooses the Torah, and Moshe his servant, and Israel his people, and the prophets of truth and righteousness. Amen.
Amen. Hallelujah. Amen. Please be seated. We're going to cover one blessing of both portions. So,
okay. Our first Haftorah reading is the book of Jeremiah chapter 1.
Jeremiah chapter 1. Yirmiyahu chapter 1.
The words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, of the priests who were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of Jehovah came in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Yehuda, in the 13th year of his reign. It came also in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Yehuda, till the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Yehuda, till the carrying away of Jerusalem captive in the 5th month. Then the word of Jehovah came to me, saying, Before I formed you in the belly, I knew you, and before you came forth out of the womb, I sanctified you, and I ordained you a prophet to the nations. Then said I, Ha, Jehovah Elohim, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. But Jehovah said to me, Say not, I am a child, for you shall go to all to whom I shall send you, and whatever I command you, you shall speak. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with you to save you, said Jehovah. Then Jehovah put forth his hand and touched my mouth. And Jehovah said to me, Behold, I have put my words in your mouth. See, I have this day set you over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down, and to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. Moreover, the word of Jehovah came to me, saying, Yirmiyahu, what do you see? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Wow. Then said Jehovah to me, You have seen well, for I will hasten my word to perform it. And the word of Jehovah came to me the second time, saying, What do you see? And I said, I see a boiling pot, and his face is from the north. Then Jehovah said to me, out of the north, and evil shall break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land.
Yes.
For behold, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, said Jehovah, and they shall come, and they shall set every one his throne at the entrance of the gates of Jerusalem, and against all its surrounding walls, and against all the cities of Yehudah.
Yes.
And I will utter my judgment against them, touching all their wickedness, in that they have forsaken me, and have burned incense to other idols,
Yes.
and worshipped the works of their own hand. You therefore gird up your loins and arise and speak to them all that I command you. Be not dismayed at their faces, lest I dismay you before them.
Well,
For behold, I have made you this day a fortified city, and an iron pillar, and bronze walls against the whole land, against the kings of Yehudah, against his princes, against his priests, and against the people of the land. And they shall fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you, said Jehovah, to save you. Jeremiah chapter 2. And the word of Jehovah came to me, saying, Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus said Jehovah, I remember you, the devotion of your youth, your love like a bride, when you went after me in the wilderness, in a land that was not sown.
well,
Israel is holy to Jehovah, and the first fruits of his produce. All who devour him shall be held guilty. Evil shall come upon them, says
yes, they
Jehovah.
would.
Hear the word of Jehovah, O house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of Israel. Thus said Jehovah, What iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they have gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and have become themselves worthless? And they did not say, Where is Jehovah who brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim,
Right.
who led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passes through, and where no man dwelt?
Well,
And I brought you into a plentiful country to eat its fruit and its goodness. But when you entered, you defiled my land and made my heritage an abomination. Hallelujah. Going forward to the Torah of Matot-Masei. Sorry. Jeremiah chapter 2 continues. And the word of Jehovah came to me, saying, Go and cry.
2:8, right?
2:8. The priest did not say, Where is Jehovah? And they who handle the Torah knew me not. The rulers also transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied by Baal, and walked after things that do not profit. Therefore I will yet plead with you, says Jehovah, and with your children's children will I plead.
Yes.
So cross over to the island of Kittim, and see, and send to Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there is such a thing. Has a nation changed their idols, even though there are no idols? But my people have changed their glory for that which does not profit. Be astonished, O you heavens, at this, and be horrible afraid. Be greatly appalled, said Jehovah. For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and dug cisterns for themselves, broken cisterns that can hold no water. Is Israel a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? Why has he become a prey? The young lions roared against him. They roared loudly, and they made his land a waste. His cities are burnt without inhabitants. Also the people of Nap and Taphanes have broken the crown of your head. Have you not done this to yourself? In that you have forsaken Jehovah your Elohim when he led you on the way? And now what do you gain by going to Mitzrayim? To drink the waters of Sihor? Or what do you gain by going to Assyria? To drink the waters of the river? Your own wickedness shall correct you, and your backsliding shall reprove you. Know therefore and see that it is an evil thing and bitter that you have forsaken Jehovah Elohim, and that my fear is not in you, says Jehovah of hosts. For long ago I have broken your yoke and burst your bonds, and you said, I will not transgress. When upon every high hill and under every green tree you bowed down playing the harlot. And I planted you a noble vine, wholly a right seed, How then have you turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine to me?
Wow.
For though you wash you with lye, and you use much soap, yet the stain of your iniquity is before you, says Jehovah Elohim. How can you say, I am not polluted? I have not gone after Baalim. See your way in the valley. Know what you have done. You are a restive young camel, doubling back on its track. A wild ass used to the wilderness, sniffing the wind in its desire. In its lust, who can turn it away? All those who seek it need not bury themselves in its mud, they shall find it. Withhold your foot from being unshut, and your throat from thirst. But you said, there is no hope. No, for I have loved strangers, and after them will I go.
Wow.
As the thief is ashamed when he is found, so is the house of Israel ashamed. They, their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets, who say to the piece of wood, you are my father, and to the stone, you have brought me forth. For they have turned their back to me, and not their face. But in the time of their trouble, they will say, arise and save us. But where are your gods that you have made for yourself? Let them arise, if they can save you in time of your trouble. For as many as your cities are your gods, O Yehuda. Why do you complain against me? You all have transgressed against me, says Jehovah. In vain did I strike your children. They received no correction. Your own sword has devoured your prophets like a destroying lion. Amen.
Amen.
The blessings after the half Torah. Stand for the blessings of the half Torah. Before I read it, I'm going to give an honor to our leadership, the Prince Keskiyahu Ben Yehuda, absent Nasi Mikael Ben Zebulon Gray, our Rabbinette Princess Zavida, and to our Mishpacha Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Baruch et Yehovah Amvarah.
Baruch Yohamalach Yehovah.
Baruch Yehovah Amvarah Leon Vahed. Baruch Atah Yehovah Eloheinu Malek Aholam. Zerko Aholamim. Zadik Bekol Hadarot. Ael Ana Iman. Aomer Ve'oseh. Amde Berukat Hum Kayim. Shekol Devrehav Emet Wazadek. Al HaTorah Ve'al HaAvodah Ve'al Anbeim Ve'al Yom HaShabbat Hazeh Shenatata Lanu Yehovah Eloheinu Likdusha Ve'limnuka Lekuvodo Tifaret Ala Kol Yehovah Eloheinu Anaknu Modim Lach Unfarkim Otak Yitbarak Shemka B'Kol Kol Kai Tamid Le'olam Va'ed Baruch Atah Yehovah Mekadesh Shabbat. Amen.
Amen.
Blessed art thou, O Yehovah Eloheinu, King of the universe, rock of all words, righteous to all generations. O faithful and who sayest and doest, who speakest and fulfillest, all whose words are truth and righteousness, for the Torah, for the divine service, for the prophets, and for this Shabbat day, which thou, O Yehovah Eloheinu, hast given us for holiness and for rest, for honor and for glory. For all these we thank and bless thee, O Yehovah Eloheinu. Blessed be thy name by the mouth of every living being continually and forever. Blessed art thou, O Yehovah, who sanctifiedest the Shabbat. Amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Ite Kabot. Elohei Abraham. Elohei Yitzchak. Elohei Yaakov. For all your presence and all those who are listening. Thank you, Torah Rabbi, Nadia, and Malik, and everything. Moshe for you, all being a part of your service, and all those out there who listen. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for allowing us into your spirit, to your home. God bless you. As we go forward with the prayer for the sick, we're not going to number the names, and we will do the prayer to thank you. Enumeration. We return with the enumeration of the names the following week. So we said, Afua, Yehovah, Refa'i no, Yehovah, and Faith, Oshia, no, what need, what share, Kita, Hilatino, Atawa, Halei, and Fua Shemena, the call, Kikin, Belet, Profane, Aman, Rakaman, Tab, Baruch, Atah, Yehovah, Faith, Kole, Amon, Israel. That is, heal us and we shall be healed. Save us, Jehovah, we shall be saved. For you are the one we praise. We will complete healing for all our ailments. For you are a God and a King that is faithful and compassionate. Blessed are you, Jehovah, who heals the sick of your people Israel. We continue and ask our Father in heaven to bless all those who are in the hospitals and the nursing homes, who all face sicknesses and forms of sicknesses. Those who are mentally sick, spiritually sick, and physically sick, we actually heal them, wherever they may be. Those who are lost loved ones this year, we pray for all those who are consoling and who are mourning for those loved ones who lost. And for those on the Most High God who are no spirits, we pray for them this day, for all the house of Israel, and of those who are strangers that serve the true living God. All those who are listening and those who are not, we pray for our people. We pray for all those, wherever they may be in the four corners of this earth, those who are sick, from the head to the toe, as it is said, we pray for you in all our healing. We thank you, oh our God, for all our lives. Continue to bless us and keep us and revive us constantly. Bless our God, O Lord, for the sick of your people Israel and for those in mourning. Hallelujah. Yehida tzonbili feneka Yehovah Eloheinu Avoteinu Shentisla Mehela Refuah Shamayim Hashemayim Refuah Teruach Refuah Hagul Baruch Atah Yehovah Refei Kolei Amo Yisrael. Amen. May it be a will for you, Jehovah God, the God of our forefathers, that you send quickly a healing from heaven, a healing of the spirit and a healing of the body. Blessed are you, Jehovah, the healer of Israel. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Amen. As we face and we spark the east, we say, heal. Heal. They rise on. They rise on. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable for thee, O Yehovah, our rock and our redeemer. Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad, Baruch Shem Yehovah Malkuto, Le'olam Va'ed. Hear, O Israel, Yehovah, our God, Yehovah is one. Blessed be his glorious kingdom, that's forever. Nite Kavod, Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov. Hallelujah. 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 Amen. Amen. Yebereka Yehovah Yisraeleka. Ya'er hopna leka wikuneka. Yisa hopna leka oyasim leka. Shalom. As Jehovah bless us and keep us, may Jehovah make us shine upon confess shine of us and be gracious of us. May Jehovah turn his kindness upon us and give us shalom. Hallelujah. Amen. Amen. Remember, we're in 11167 180th Street, Jamaica, New York, 11433. And we were located at ShaareShamayim at AOL.com. Come and see us, come visit us, come donate. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.